Такая насыщенная программа. Приехать
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli xalqaro konferensiya ishtirokchilari. O'zbekiston Respublikasi Innovatsion rivojlanish vazirligining ustuvor yo'nalishlaridan biri hisoblangan qayta tiklanuvchi energetikani rivojlantirish sohada muqobil va ekologik toza energiya manbai, yashil vodorodni ishlab chiqarish, saqlash va uni qo'llash bo'yicha innovatsion texnologiyalarni yaratish hisoblanadi. Mazkur yo'nalishda Innovatsion rivojlanish vazirligi an'anaviy Innovik haftaligi doirasida har yili xalqaro ilmiy amaliy anjuman va ko'rgazmalar tashkil etib kelmoqda. Bugungi konferensiya davomida energosamaradorlik va kam uglerodli texnologiyalar, qayta tiklanuvchi va vodorod energetikasi sohasida dunyoda yetakchi o'rinlarga ega bo'lgan Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Yaponiya, A+S Consult Germaniya, Clean Horizon Fransiya, Phosphorus Fransiya, Jahon banki, USAID, JICA, Severstal kabi bir qator xorijiy kompaniya va tashkilotlar vakillari hamda O'zbekistonning olim va mutaxassislari o'z ma'ruzalari bilan qatnashmoqda. Shuningdek, konferensiyaning ikkinchi qismida O'zbekiston Respublikasida vodorod energetikasining rivojlanish holati bo'yicha yillik hisobot beriladi. Tadbir gibrid formatda tashkil qilingan bo'lib, bir qator ma'ruzalar Zoom platformasi orqali taqdimot qilinadi. Konferensiya ikki tilda, ya'ni o'zbek va ingliz tillarida olib boriladi. Ma'ruzalar sinxron tarzda o'zbek va ingliz tillarida tarjima qilib boriladi. Zoom platformasi orqali qatnashayotgan ishtirokchilar ekranning pastki qismida globus tugmachasi yordamida o'zlariga tanlagan tilda eshitishlari mumkin. Konferensiyani ochib berish uchun so'z O'zbekiston Respublikasi Innovatsion rivojlanish vaziri o'rinbosari Shahlo Turdiqulovaga beriladi. Marhamat, Shahlo Turdiqulova, so'z sizga.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli mehmonlar. Hello everybody, dear guests, dear participants, and let me welcome you all today on this event on the Ministry of Innovative Development and on Innovik US event. In accordance with the concept of development of the electric power industry, which provides for a significant reduction in emission into the atmosphere, a gradual transition to carbon-free technologies, 5,000 megawatt of solar and 3,000 megawatt of wind power plants will be built in the Republic of Uzbekistan by 2030, which will account for more than 25% of the total installed capacity of generation stations. This rapid growth in the demand of variable renewable generating capacity imposes certain requirements on the power system for the preparation and creation of reserve energy storage facilities in which hydrogen technologies can also be used. According to the relevant decision of the head of the government, the development of research in the field of green hydrogen technologies has been identified as one of the priorities of the Ministry of Innovation Development, where the ministry is the coordinator of scientific research in this area. At the initial stage, the ministry organized scientific research on the production of hydrogen using solar energy by electrolysis, on the development of hydrogen solid oxide fuel cells, the processes of forming the thermal and thermochemical cycle of hydrogen production, and the development of technologies for obtaining porous materials adsorbents, metal hydrates for storing and transporting hydrogen. Also, on the basis of the Tashkent State Technical University, leading local and foreign scientists in the field of hydrogen energy are involved to train teaching staff of university. Together with international experts, we are working on the development of electronic textbook and studying program for bachelor's and master's degree students on this theme. Also, specialists of the ministry have developed a proposal for the implementation of the pilot project, reduction of technical losses in low voltage electric networks. Together with regional electric networks, the project was implemented in the Kibray district of the Tashkent region. According to preliminary data, losses in upgraded networks have been reduced by more than 2 times. Today's conference on toward energy efficiency and carbon-free energy of the future will future report on the achievements and possible direction for the development of these technologies. Also, in accordance with the decree of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan on measures for the development of renewable and hydrogen energy in the Republic of Uzbekistan, the annual report on the current state of development and the results of ongoing research on hydrogen energy in Uzbekistan will be presented at this conference. Thank you for your attention, and taking this opportunity, I want to wish you all health and an inexhaustible energy. And at the end of my talk, please, I really apologize because I have to open another conference on IT technologies and they're waiting for me. Yeah, it's because it was planned that I will be here and our minister will be on other conference, but now plans change. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Rahmat Shahlotovna. Keyingi demak xalqaro konferensiyamizni ochishni deb e'lon qilamiz. Men xalqaro konferensiyani olib borish tartibini qisqacha aytib o'tdim. Stolda o'sha quloqchinlar qo'yilgan, marhamat foydalanish mumkin. Demak, o'z qazilma uglerod yoqilg'i manbalariga ega bo'lmagan Yaponiya mamlakati uchun qayta tiklanuvchi va vodorod energetikasidan energetikalari o'ta dolzarb muammolar sanaladi. Shu sababli yaponiyalik hamkor olimlar va mutaxassislar sohada erishgan yutuqlari ajablanarli emas, albatta. Va biz ularning tajribasidan unumli foydalanishimiz ayni muddao bo'ladi. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries kompaniyasining kam uglerodli energiya texnologiyalarini yondashuvi to'g'risida so'z dunyoning yetakchi korxonalaridan biri bo'lgan Mitsubishi Heavy Industries MH Rossiya bosh direktori janob Yasushi Kakusukaga beriladi. Marhamat, Kakusuka-san, rahmat.
Алло. Начало можно? Это? Thank you very much, the chairman. Just a moment, please. Maybe. Thank you very much. My name is Kakitsuka of the Mitsubishi Heavy Industry, and now I have station in the Moscow and in charge of this territory. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to and grateful to able to speak today. The subject is today is the toward energy efficiency and the carbon-free future energy. Our company was originated from the chip building industry But since the 50 years, our heart is always has been the energy. I'm glad today to explain more what we do in this regard to achieve the low carbon energy. So at first, please let me shortly explain the MHA company and the product range. Our company has the 150 plus years history. I trust one of the oldest company in Japan. And starting from Japanese enterprise, now MHA Group has more than 250 companies all over the world. And we produce a wide range of the product from aerospace to the air conditioning systems. Worldwide, MHA is especially famous for its gas turbine, compressors, and the chemical plant. We also the one of the main player in the chemical plant. And in Uzbekistan, our first compressor delivered from Japan in 1979. Currently, MHA is proud to participate in the project where the state-of-art high technology equipment will be applied. So, such as our biggest J-class gas turbine, which I will speak about later. It is important to know those solutions are same to what we use in the all over the world, including Japan. We are absolutely energy efficient and clean and contributing Uzbekistan carbon footprint reduction. So, regarding the carbon net zero, as it was seen the COP26 at Glasgow last year, many countries and also the major companies globally are alive to achieve the carbon net zero by 2050. And in order to realize the carbon neutral world, while meeting the demand of energy for economic growth, it is important to accelerate the various innovation to promote both energy reduction, also the CO2 reduction, also CO2 recovery. In addition to expanding the use of the renewable energy. This is our understanding. And for MHA Group, as the technology provider to the industries, we made the commitment to achieve the carbon net zero 10 years before, I mean by 2040. Both reducing the CO2 emission as well as expanding our carbon capture technologies. Our goal to establish the technology to develop and commercialize the product that will contribute to the decarbonized society 10 years before than 2015. For that scenario, the MHI group considered how it could be contributed to the carbon neutral society while mitigating economic impact and establish the energy transition strategy based on the development the new decarbonization technology in parallel with the upgrading existing decarbonization solutions. We think established three policies. One is the decarbonization of the existing infrastructure and build the hydrogen ecosystem. And the third is the CO2 solution ecosystem. These three. So, first one, the decarbonizing the existing infrastructures. This is the first cornerstone and for the balanced energy approach. So carbon-free power generation is the first item we would like to do, the using hydrogen and ammonia. And second one is the optimizing the asset through the energy saving and centralize the and also the distributed power and heat solution. This is the first our cornerstone. So today, our customer also having a strong desire to reduce the CO2 emissions from their production process. Carbon net zero is the global challenge, which can be realized by the effectively transforming existing assets with the use of the proven and innovative technology. MHI Group is readily deploy the various solutions today, as shown in this table. So, for example, introduction of the modern GTCC gas turbine combined cycle already represent 6 to 65% of the emission reduction comparing to the coal. If we further apply the hydrogen, we can achieve the 100% emission reduction. And similarly, introduction for instance, of the water of this list heat pump in the boiler station allows it to reduce the emission up to the 65%. This is our J-class gas turbine. This type of the gas turbine is capable to the transition into the low CO2 or the CO2-free system with the minimum modification in the combustor and also the fuel supply system. So this is our R&D plan, which we are company following. The higher side is the hydrogen, lower side is the ammonia. So we expect that by the year 2025, just 3 years from now, we would already have the commercial operation for gas turbine on ammonia and hydrogen in the range of 30 to the 100%. And by 2030, we think the whole energy sector can be ready technically for the transition to the hydrogen and ammonia. This is the project under the verification now. To confirm my words, let me shortly present the actual commercial verification on the hydrogen compiling, which our client in the US did back in this June. As you can see, 20% of the hydrogen mix was successfully confirmed for operation already, with maintaining the required NOx emission also. At the same time, CO2 emission was 7% less comparing to the usual operation on the natural gas. So for this hydrogen usage, we trust such the new and the complicated technology is essential before any commercial introduction. I would like to introduce the Takasago, the hydrogen park, which we announced in the press release in February. We are now establishing the hydrogen park, world first center of the validation of the hydrogen related technology, from hydrogen production, storage to power generation and energy management. This park is co-located in the gas turbine development and the manufacturing facilities of MHI Takasago Machinery Works in Japan to support the commercialization of the hydrogen gas turbine using the hydrogen as fuel. So, another angle of the decarbonization of the existing infrastructure is the energy efficiency. Sometimes the solution lies on the ground, and we can decarbonize our existing asset without a big change. For instance, our Italian company, Turboden, developed the waste heat recovery based on the organic ranking cycle, heat pump, and also the turbo expander. So actually, I would like to show the actual implementation. Here we can see the so-called cascade compressor plant, which is realized currently in Egypt with the international financer EBRD. Extension of the existing compressor plant is realized not by the simply adding the more gas turbine, but through the waste heat recovery from the flue gases and the installation of two electric compressors with 24 megawatt combined capacity. It allows save the 65 million standard cubic meters of gas and avoids the 120,000 tons of the CO2 emission per year. So, second cornerstone is build the hydrogen solution, the ecosystem. So, in this cornerstone, we also have the three elements we are now approaching. One is supporting the development of the full hydrogen value chain, diversifying the production pathway, expanding the transport and the application with the ammonia as a carrier and feedstock. So this is the full value chain of the hydrogen. From the energy and production and also the storage and the transport. And the right-hand side is the usage. So in terms of the hydrogen, we concentrate on our effort is the whole range of the ecosystem, the technologies, starting from the production side, through the transport and the storage and up to the use solution. To avoid the I believe it is very important to build the well-balanced, self-sustainable system to avoid the drastic impact on the existing energy sector. For instance, we invest into the development of the methane pyrolysis, which can be the solution for the areas where there is no enough water for the renewable-based electricity, but there is gas available. So, such ecosystem also requires bring together many stakeholders and also the many technologies. one of the famous example is the Hamburg green hydrogen hub. So, where existing coal power plant is completely modernized to become the hydrogen ecosystem. So, this is one of the example of the implementation. So another usage of the hydrogen is the steel industry. For example, we have the second column, we call direct iron ore reduction process. We call the DRI. Allows the cleaner gas technology and the sustainable transition, the traditional blast furnace with the electric arc furnace, which leads to the considerable CO2 reduction. But then, if further possible to apply the hydrogen instead of the natural gas, produce the so-called green steel with the minimum level of the emission. So this is the example for the apply the hydrogen with the manufacturing. So one more important factor is transport and the storage of the hydrogen. So we also doing some of the R&D for the hydrogen compressors. Okay, let's skip this one. So third cornerstone is the CO2 solution ecosystem. For this, we have the CO2 capture technology, and this technology can be applied for the various industries, from the coal-fired and gas-fired power plant, and also the oil and gases, and also the cement plant, and also the shipping industry also. And this is our job reference and the experience in all over the world. Even in the Russia, we also have the job reference and exactly plant under operation. For CO2, also we emphasize on the transportation, and we develop a largely CO2 compressor, and it is already applied on our CO2 capture plants. Thank you very much. So sorry for a little bit longer than the expected. So I hope it can be the kind of the reference for your discussion from now on. Then this only just what we can do is explain our experience and share with you. Thank you very much.
Rahmat janob Kakyusukasan. Men ma'lumot uchun aytib o'tmoqchi edim. Xalqaro konferensiyamizda O'zbekiston ilmiy tadqiqot institutlari, universitetlar va oliy ta'lim muassasalari olim va mutaxassislaridan bilan bir qatorda respublikamizda faoliyat yuritayotgan shu sohada vodorod energetikasini rivojlantirish sohasida davlat organlari hisoblangan O'zbekiston Respublikasi Energetika vazirligi, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Iqtisodiyot vazirligi, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Moliya vazirligi va hamda tashqi iqtisodiy va investitsiya va tashqi iqtisodiy vazirliklari mutaxassislari, rahbarlari qatnashmoqda. Shu bilan birga Birlashgan Arab Amirliklarining Energetika va infratuzilma vazirligining Chief Innovation Officeri, vazirlikning tadqiqotlar va rivojlantirish R&D markazi direktori Nasiba xonim Al-Marzuqiy ham qatnashmoqdalar. Tashakkur bildiramiz. Keyingi so'z navbati janob Yukinori Yanakidagi ta'lim orqali uglerod neytralligiga erishishda Yaponiya va Yaqin Sharq mamlakatlari tajribasi to'g'risidan taqdimoti bilan qatnashadilar. Hammaga ma'lum, Toshkent shahrida bir necha yillardan buyon O'zbekiston Yaponiya yoshlar innovatsion markazi faoliyat ko'rsatib kelmoqda. Markaz yosh kadrlarni, jumladan energetika sohasida ham tayyorlashni samarali natijalarga erishgan. Tadbirda ushbu markaz rahbari Nargiza Amirova hamda xorijiy ekspertlar ishtirok etmoqda. Marhamat.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sanjay. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yanagida. I am an expert to UJCY. We have now the very excellent technical presentation from Kakitsuka-san, but I just say to beginning, I don't talk about anything about technology. I'm going to talk about other aspects of technology today, and we want to discuss this issue later on. Firstly, I just want to introduce a Japanese character. As you know, Japan is a kind of small island country, and we are not so much natural resources. As you can see in that graph, our primary energy self-sufficient ratio is only 11%, unless Uzbekistan is almost 100%. So you know that how we don't have natural resources. So that's why with Japan and the Japanese government is always struggling how to reduce the consumption of energy since beginning of 20th century. So we are talking about we Japanese have the DNA in my body, DNA for the energy conservation. Okay. My opinion, there are two axes for energy conservation. One axis is that just Mr. Kakitsuka explained, the pursuit of energy efficiency. It is a technical approach, but it needs huge investment and time are required. Of course, if we can make the breakthrough of technology, that effect is a very big impact on the society. But as I said, it takes time. And not every approach can make this kind of breakthrough. And also, this important point, such kind of technology approach is much more benefitable for the country who has the accumulation of a technology and capital, I mean money. So that's why it's not for the equal to any other country in the world. Another axis is a change of human behavior. It means that changing our lifestyle. So this is a little bit educational approach. Of course, education, it also needs time, but we don't need so much money. And how to change the human behavior is to reduction of consumption of energy in our daily life. So little change of the one individual, but a big change for the all people. So this is a characteristic of change of human behavior. Of course, it is hard to change our lifestyle. We are now living in a very, very convenient world. If we are doing for the energy conservation, maybe we need to suffer inconvenience. Okay, so now I'd like to introduce one example, just one example for the education in Japan for energy conservation. It calls KIDS ISO 14,000. You know ISO 40,000. It is an international standard for the environment protection. So that project is started as an environment protection program through energy conservation. This project, as you see the picture, it participants is all kids, children. And this is a project-oriented educational program for school children, but not the project that teacher teaching to their children, because children doesn't like to follow that instruction of the teachers naturally. That's why this project is done by the leadership of children themselves. So this is a very special point. And this is also the achieving by the school and the company, I think company like Mitsubishi and all local government, Hakimiya. So this is a three-party jointly doing the this program. And this is supported by ISO, of course, and UNEP, United Nations Environment Protection, and UNU, University of United Nations University. And this program has been implemented in Japan, many schools, and other than Japan, USA, Canada, Korea, Australia, and very unique in Kuwait. Kuwait, as you know, that is oil producing country. So that's Kuwait is introducing this energy conservation education. You can see that picture, one with a black suit standing in front of children. It's me. I was working in an oil company employee, but I'm joining this production program at volunteer. And I'm teaching in front of the school children, energy conservation. So this is how to collaborate with the company and government and of course schools. So now I just explain what kind of program, very briefly. Just Kids ISO 4500 is simply just measuring the meter in the house, water, and electricity. Every house has the water meter and hot water meter and electricity. Every apartment house, I think that everybody has it. So children is instructed to measuring first 1 week every day that how much the figure is on the meter and write down on the notebook, just 1 week. Then after that, instructor of this program is just opening the small meeting in the school. The agenda is how to reduce the consumption of the, electricity or water. Teacher, not instruction. Teacher giving the guideline, and all discussion is done by children, by their leadership. So each children or group of children make a plan. Okay, my house, I'm going to turn off the room, nobody there. Or we just turn off the tap of water during I'm doing a toothpaste. Or some people say, okay, I'm using the hair dryer for every morning, 5 minutes. Okay, I will finish my hair set in 2 minutes. So every children proposing their own project. This is step 2. Then after that, third week, now children is doing their plan at their each house. And of course, children asking the father, mother, please, mother, dad, please cooperate with me. Don't turn on the light on the room or something like that. Then they are doing their project and again measure the figure of meters 1 week. So of course, if their project and execution is successful, as you can see that chart, first row is the before and down is after. It is reduced. In the total in 1 week, in this case, they can reduce, the child success to reduce 4 kilowatt per hour in a week. 4 kilowatt per hour is very small. But if the children, 1,000 children make this one, it means reduction of 4 megawatt. And if 1 million children do this, 4 gigawatt. 1 million is 3% of population of Uzbekistan. So that's why I want to say that education is a very, very strong tool for the energy conservation. If everybody can do that one day, 1 hour, 5 gigawatt can be reduced. So this is a concept of program. So this is just one idea. I think there is already in a school in Uzbekistan, they have their curriculum for the energy conservation, something like that in life science. But this is very special because it's not the part of curriculum. It's not the subject taught by the teacher. As I mentioned, that this key point of this program is that we are training instructors. That instructor is not order the children, just showing the guideline. That's it. And also, that program is printing the notebook for the recording, that kind of data. So that's it. But byproduct of this project is fostering the children's self-confidence. If children can realize in a figure, oh, I can reduce 4 kilowatt per hour, even small, but this is very good effect for the children's self-confidence and leadership. Even inside the house, the child will be the project manager. So they have the leadership and the responsibilities feeling. And of course, scientific approach. Checking the first step, this is a baseline survey. Then make plan and execution, and again for the evaluation. This is a truly scientific approach. And also I have to mention about innovation, because here is the epicenter of innovation in Uzbekistan. So this kind of activity, education, can foster their innovative mind in children. And of course, family reunion, because they are discussing in the family. So then achieving the energy conservation. So this is it's a very nice project, I think. So this is a chart of the population. Look at the upper. This is Japan. Is Japan in the future? Our population is reducing, and on the other hand, Uzbekistan is increasing the number of population. Now 33 million population, but in the future more than that. Okay, and this is a proportion of population, mostly very young children or young generation is main part of your population. So what it mean? This kind of educational program is much benefit to Uzbekistan rather than Japan. So on this opportunity, I just want to mention about this is a gentleman, unfortunately passed away in almost 10 years ago. It's Professor Kawabe. He creating this program. Coincidentally, next week his 11th anniversary of his death. So in this occasion, I'm very happy to introducing the first time Kids ISO in Uzbekistan in this meeting. Okay, so now I'm going to wrap up my presentation. A keyword of my presentation is education. So education is one of the important aspects of energy conservation, as I mentioned, and strengthen the awareness on wide use of limited energy. So this is very important. And innovation is not only technology. Innovation in the changing lifestyle, also innovation. So we can persuade the innovative lifestyle. So that is very important. And the co-creation, energy conservation cannot be achieved only one person. We need a mass, we need a group. So if we are doing that in the family, then next to the school, maybe next to the mahalia, for example, one of mahalia become the eco mahalia in the future. So that's kind of the co-creation. Cooperation is very important. And again, last one, children. Children makes our future life. So education to the children is very important for energy conservation. So thank you very much. It's my presentation. Thank you very much. And just one more thing. I'm coming from Uzbek Japan Innovation Center of Youth. Today, I'm only talking about without technology, but we are doing the joint project with Japanese university for the hydrogen production in a very innovative way. And for free, I want to stand here next year's week to a presentation on technical issue. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Janob Energosam, keyingi ma'ruzachilarni iltimos qilib qolardim, konferensiya reglamentiga qat'iy e'tibor qilishlarini. Vaqtimiz cheklangan, ulgurmaymiz. Boshqa ma'ruzachilarga Jahon bankining rivojlanmagan va rivojlanayotgan mamlakatlarning iqtisodiyotini rivojlantirishga, jumladan iqtisodiyotiga kam uglerodli texnologiyalarni joriy etishda sa'y-harakatlari barchamizga ma'lum. Konferensiyamizda Jahon bankining energetika bo'yicha bosh mutaxassisi Tamara Babayan Jahon bankining O'zbekistonda energiya samaradorligini oshirish yo'nalishidagi faoliyat mavzusida taqdimoti bilan qatnashmoqda. Navbat Babayan xonimga. Marhamat.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? First of all, thank you for invitation to this very interesting event and with such an exciting agenda. Today, I will talk about World Bank activities in energy efficiency area in Uzbekistan. And let me pull out my presentation here. So first of all, I'm leading three projects with my colleagues in Uzbekistan, and I'm really very proud because Uzbekistan is a country where the country government and at the highest level promoting clean energy, promoting energy efficiency, renewable energy, and they put very high targets like reduction of GDP by half by 2030, access to modern and reliable energy for all population and business, and the reduction of GHG emissions. So I don't want to list all targets, and all these targets are stipulated in high-level documents in legal regulatory framework, and you can see here a number of legal regulatory acts, law on use of renewable energy sources, the law on rational use of energy, and many government decrees, minister-level documents that promoting energy efficiency and renewable energy. And as we mentioned, it is especially valuable when the country has its own gas resources or coal, but I'm really happy that with government we can achieve better results in rational use of resources, and not only for Uzbekistan but globally fight climate change. So of course there are many regulatory documents, but you can reach the targets in one day. One of important elements of the energy efficiency scale-up is policy regulatory environment, not only high-level policy document, but technical regulations, standards, norms, and there is need of we need some time to reach the level. However, it is important to start now, implement and in parallel improve this framework. Another barrier or remaining barrier is technical capacity for implementation of such programs, projects, starting from energy audits, the organization of energy management in the institutions. And of course, the very important role here we have about markets. So market capacity, suppliers. If there is no demand, of course, the suppliers, production companies, and the service providers are not very actively involved. But with demand, which we will create with our project, I think the market will be also more activated and more technologies will come to Uzbekistan market. And of course, access to financing. So government provides a lot of funds for energy efficiency, subsidizing solar power, PV, etc. But also IFIs are very interested to participate in Uzbekistan because of this commitment of the government to do to improve and to reduce the energy waste reduction. So we have 3 projects currently ongoing in Uzbekistan. First is clean energy for building in Uzbekistan, or we say SEBU. This is the newest one. It was approved in June this year. And the objective is to improve energy efficiency in public buildings and enhance the regulatory framework for clean energy investment in the building sector. The project is over 200 million, and credit provided by World Bank is 143 million. The rest is financed from the state budget of Uzbekistan. Second project is about district heating. So a project approved in 2018 with the objective to improve efficiency and quality of district heating system and heating and hot water services in selected cities. So this is 140 million project. It is also ongoing. And third is energy efficiency facility for industrial enterprises. We call UZIF. This approved in financial year 2010. The objective is same, improve energy efficiency, but in this case in industrial enterprises by designing and establishing financing mechanisms for energy service saving investments. So this project provides funding through participating banks, and industrial enterprises apply and get financing from that bank. So today I will focus on SEBU because it is new, just started, and we have 5 years of implementation. And the project has 3 main components, which first is clean energy investment in public buildings. Second is technical assistance, capacity building, and project implementation. And we have also some emergency response components. This project is initiated by the Ministry of Energy of Uzbekistan and is led by the Ministry of Energy. And implementing agency is Extra Budgetary Intersectoral Energy Saving Fund under the Ministry of Energy, which was established by the government in 2020 with support of the World Bank. So why I want to speak about this project, because it has innovations in the design, and we hope that implementation will be also very innovative and successful. So what is innovation in project design? This is financing mechanism. Normally, the project beneficiaries are public buildings, and normally public buildings, they are not able to borrow money from the banks, and the only source is state budget, municipal budget, and some charity. Here we suggest the energy service agreement approach. So what it means that first, energy audit is done in the buildings and baseline energy cost is identified. And then energy efficiency measures are designed to cut this cost, to reduce consumption and make it more efficient, not reducing the comfort level, in some cases even improving the comfort. And you see this energy costs will be saved and the energy bills will be reduced. And this savings will not just disappear, but these savings will be capitalized, will be repaid to the fund, where it will be accumulated and invested in other buildings, additional buildings. So, and after repayment of investment costs, buildings, schools, hospitals, etc., will enjoy these savings, and they can use their money for their other purposes. So this allows, from the country perspective, from the government perspective, having fixed amount of money to revolve this money through 3, 4, or many cycles, and have multiplied beneficiaries, multiple buildings benefited from this renovation. And of course, the comfort level in these buildings will be much higher. Clean air is there, and other benefits which I don't want to highlight because I'm sure everybody knows the benefits for energy efficiency. So this is like innovation here. What energy efficiency measures we consider? First of all, this is insulation of building envelope, insulation of walls, roof, replacement of windows, doors, and I don't open all technologies. There are so many options that could be offered under this project. Lighting system efficiency, including bulbs, sensors, overall improvement, heating and hot water system efficiency, cooling system efficiency, and this is more like hardware, yes. But there are also soft components that are very, very important, as my colleague, previous speaker explained. This is first of all awareness, information about savings, about consumption. So that's why measurement verification is one of these components to get information and to provide information. Second is digital communication awareness. So training, education, and also visual methods when you see that, okay, how much we consume at this moment, current moment. So everything to just support behavioral in energy efficiency. Capacity building is very important because the market, of course, there are companies, there are suppliers, but if we are going to renovate like 100 buildings a year or 1,000 buildings under the project, so we have to have enough market resources, companies, auditors, engineers, design companies to provide energy efficient solutions and support the projects with the technologies. And technical regulations and standards need to be, of course, improved, and we will provide some funds and help the government here also. Financing mechanism we designed, and it will be implemented for public buildings, but we also will support other type of financial mechanisms like ESCO, commercial financing, and different options to open this for private sector, to banking sector, and make them motivated to invest. Quality assurance systems, so this is also very critical, and very often when we look at cheap technologies, then next year or we have to replace them very often. So this is really important topic, not to allow low quality, starting from windows to the heat pumps. There should be a very strong mechanism, because this investments, they at least 20 years they have to serve. Yes, so if you renovate a building, and of course energy management at each institution, it can be done like just by kids in the school, just by some technical workers in. It is not necessary to have very advanced systems if the institution is not really huge, but it is important. And here local authorities can play also important role. So since I'm in innovation conference, I want just to speak a little bit about technologies, but I don't want to describe these technologies because I'm sure most of you are very well know them. But I just want to inform you that we had a small exercise in Uzbekistan to identify what technologies currently we have in the market and what can be applied. So all these technologies technically can be applied to our projects during like coming 5 years. So first is ground source heat pump, which is used to reduce heating and cooling load. And this in the market currently there are not, or we didn't identify suppliers for that, but there is a huge potential, because with the solar and wind energy, there will be more interest in this kind of technologies, including, and the next is air source heat pump, split heat pump. So all these technologies are have really strong potential. For air source, there is no production. For split heat pumps, there are some suppliers and local production. So coming to solar technology, so PV panels is growing market. Also, there is no local production, but there is a very strong potential because with the rooftop solar promotion by the government, I think this will become very interesting area for investors. And so thermal photovoltaic panels are not yet popular, but not applied yet, but there is no market for that. Solar hot water systems, there is a very well established market, and we have many suppliers in Uzbekistan. And this is especially we consider using in hospitals, kindergartens, where hot water consumption is recorded. So electrical boilers are the same, almost the same as gas boilers, but based on electricity. So mostly suppliers are imported from different countries, and there is some local production. Coming to this clean energy, biomass boiler is quite popular in many countries. In Uzbekistan, we don't have manufacturing, and we have to look more careful on this to understand also supply of biomass. And also solar cooling systems. Cooling systems we consider to replace with efficient cooling in especially in hospitals and administrative buildings to replace existing non-efficient systems. Solar cooling is not yet popular, and there is no supplier in Uzbekistan yet. Of course, we have other for heating and cooling, we need distribution technologies also. And here we have like storage tanks, thermostatic radiator, low temperature heating, floor heating, and central ventilation systems. So we don't really worry about this like existence in market, because when we create this demand through public building investment, I think suppliers will come to the market, or local production will initiate it, and then overall economy can use this benefit. Yeah, I wanted to mention that floor heating is quite popular, and there is local production in Uzbekistan. And so without listing the rest of activities, technologies, I want to one more time highlight the most important component, and which is also recorded or adopted in Uzbekistan Building Energy Efficiency Program that was approved September 27. And these are the main components, like financing of investment, at the same time enhancing legal regulatory framework, institutional setup, cooperation among the ministries and IFIs, donor community is very important to get the most of the benefits from cooperation. And monitoring system to track the progress towards policy goals, and gauge emission reduction and other benefits reached by not only but separate project, but overall for the country. This is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Babayan xonim, Jahon banki ekspertlari mamlakatning barcha sohalarida holatlarni chuqur o'rganishlari, tegishli xulosalar chiqarishlari hammamizga ma'lum. Bu xulosalarda yuqori ishonchlikka egaligi eng aniq muhim masalalardan biri hisoblanadi. Jahon bankining energetika va gaz sektori bo'yicha bosh eksperti janob Aleksandr Qurdimanning Jahon bankining O'zbekistonda kam uglerodli vodorodni rivojlantirish bo'yicha chora-tadbirlarni va tavsiyalarini qiziqish bilan tinglaymiz. Marhamat, janob Qurdiman, so'z sizga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me well. It's an honor for me to be with you this afternoon. I will now share my screen to show my presentation. So I hope you can see this well. So
Yes.
what I'll present to you today is the findings of a study that we've recently completed on the development of low carbon hydrogen in Uzbekistan. The development of low carbon hydrogen may present for Uzbekistan the opportunity to both accelerate the decarbonization of the Uzbek economy, while at the same time establishing alternative domestic energy supply to offset declines in domestic gas production and reduce future reliance on gas imports. The development of hydrogen in Uzbekistan may also present potential opportunities for export once global demand increases to a level where Uzbekistan can compete and export hydrogen and other hydrogen-derived green products to trading partners. The government of Uzbekistan have commenced consideration of low-carbon hydrogen, with the Presidential Office releasing a resolution on measures for the development of renewable and hydrogen energy in the Republic of Uzbekistan, which sets up the Research Center for Hydrogen Energy, calls for the preparation of a national strategy, and for a regulatory and incentive framework, and for pilot hydrogen projects. Domestic energy-intensive industries can drive the low-carbon hydrogen demand in Uzbekistan, with heavy-duty road transport providing a lower but still significant share of demands. The economic merit order of hydrogen penetration shapes hydrogen demand growth, with low-cost hydrogen applications driving early demands such as low-carbon methanol and low-carbon ammonia. Ammonia is a high-value product for the Uzbek economy, being the essential component of fertilizers. Industries that use low-carbon hydrogen for heating are another important source of domestic demand in the longer term, including steel production. Regarding transport, it's estimated that as much as half of road freight activities switches to hydrogen by 2050. In the near term, the mining sector could also be a small but important potential first mover in adopting hydrogen technologies, substituting low-carbon hydrogen for diesel in heavy mining equipment. Uzbekistan has significant low-carbon hydrogen supply potential, thanks to the country's resources in renewable energies and natural gas. Abundant solar irradiation and strong wind potential in certain regions are suitable for the deployment of electrolysis-based hydrogen, so-called green hydrogen, where it is assumed that the deployment rate of wind and solar energy can keep up with the demand for both renewable power and green hydrogen. Uzbekistan's natural gas endowment allows it to produce low-carbon hydrogen via methane pyrolysis, so-called turquoise hydrogen, or via methane reforming coupled with carbon capture and storage, which is called blue hydrogen. However, the relatively finite nature of natural gas reserves in Uzbekistan, together with other incumbent competitive uses of natural gas domestically, will determine how much natural gas could be dedicated to the production of low-carbon hydrogen. Natural gas-based hydrogen with CCS is the most cost-efficient hydrogen technology in Uzbekistan, at least until 2050. But hydrogen made from renewables, particularly from solar PV, becomes increasingly competitive. As there are trade-offs to be considered for shifting from natural gas to low-carbon hydrogen, the future of hydrogen is closely tied to the prospects of the natural gas industry. If natural gas availability is limited, green hydrogen technologies can take over in terms of volume of hydrogen produced, provided capacities are deployed in a timely manner. The business case for low-carbon hydrogen in Uzbekistan is strong, with domestic hydrogen market having the potential to reach $1.2 billion per year in 2030, increasing to $4.8 billion per year in 2050, with further revenues from low-carbon hydrogen exports possible after 2040. The domestic market provides the most economic value for Uzbekistan throughout the outlook period. but access to the Chinese market from 2040 onwards quickly makes for a non-negligible source of revenue. The cumulative domestic market value has the potential to grow by 70% annually to roughly 67 billion in 2050. Net exports may commence around 2040 when a link to China pipeline link becomes hydrogen ready, with the annual net export market value reaching $2.1 by 2050. Realizing this market potential will require cumulative investments of $43 billion by 2050, with the private sector investments being critical to realize this. The investment ramp-up can be divided in 3 phases. First, an initial 15.7 billion push with a focus on low-cost deployment of carbon capture and storage on existing grey hydrogen production, as well as the scaling up of solar PV and electrolyzer capacity. Secondly, in the decade spanning 2036 to 2045, investments add up to $8.1 billion in solar PV, electrolyzers, and gas-heated reformers with CCS. Finally, in the period 2045 to 2050, investments in electrolyzers and in methane-based low-carbon hydrogen with CCS amounting to some $6 billion are anticipated. Should natural gas availability be limited and reliance on green hydrogen increased, the total investment would need to increase. The government of Uzbekistan cannot meet these investment requirements alone, and should look to establish the conditions for encouraging private sector participation in the rollout of low-carbon hydrogen, as well as foreign direct investments. Uzbekistan should focus on public-private partnerships to begin R&D and pilot projects. A combination of concessional financing alongside international loans for private and public entities would be required to establish these projects. Initial government support will help establish a testbed for these projects, and based on the findings and returns from these projects, more private sector investments could flow in as the market scales up. In parallel, the government of Uzbekistan should enact broader actions to improve the investment conditions across the economy. Implementing investment strategies and policies that address legal, regulatory, procedural, and institutional barriers will help establish a competitive environment, investment climate that is favorable for attracting, retaining, expanding sustainable foreign direct investments, including in low-carbon hydrogen developments. The key milestones to be achieved by 2030 are obtained from the quantitative assessments that has been carried out as part of this study. The roadmap that I'll show you next subsequently focuses on the key actions and priorities to meet these milestones by 2030. Key policy and regulatory enablers will be necessary to enable the hydrogen market in the country to grow to meet its potential. As part of our analysis, a roadmap was developed that outlines the key actions and priorities to overcome the barriers to deployment in Uzbekistan to realize its potential. This slide summarizes the key roadmap recommendations and pillars required for the development of hydrogen in Uzbekistan. And the roadmap pays particular attention to the enablers to put in place during the very early stage of this industry, specifically actions to be prioritized from 2022 to 2030. Key recommendations include, first of all, building demand for hydrogen in Uzbekistan. The demand pilots should begin with methanol and ammonia production. Followed by scale up in the hard-to-abate sectors. Supporting pilot projects will make industries hydrogen ready faster. Secondly, ensuring resource availability for the development of low-carbon hydrogen. Low-carbon hydrogen would increase freshwater consumption, while Uzbekistan is already water-stressed, requiring an in-depth assessment of water availability prospects. Likewise, a detailed evaluation of the country's huge renewable energy potential and a regulatory overhaul would ensure that targets and policies live up to potential. Thirdly, developing the infrastructure required for enabling transition to hydrogen. The first step towards transitioning from grey to low carbon hydrogen is the development of knowledge on CO2 and hydrogen storage and transport. As of today, there is no detailed assessment on the CO2 storage potential and locations in Uzbekistan, and funding must be set aside for a thorough analysis of that. Fourthly, scaling up low carbon hydrogen production in Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan has experience with various technologies comprising the hydrogen value chain. Most capabilities come from the oil and gas and energy sectors. As a starting point, it's important to identify production technologies that can be developed locally, and the technologies that must be procured. The country can utilize its existing knowledge from the grey hydrogen production to develop the required capacity for blue. The government should establish a plan for the rollout of electrolyzer technology as well. As for blue hydrogen production, it should be organized through public-private projects, taking the technology from the laboratory to the commercial scale. Based on the results of studies, the government should facilitate the development of pilot projects, clusters with objective to test the entire value chain, including production, transport, use, and storage. Capacity building programs for local workforce, industry stakeholders to improve knowledge and competencies in hydrogen energy projects and skills need to be considered. Fifthly, setting up a system for monitoring, reporting, and verification, emission targets, and carbon pricing mechanisms. Considering the liquid oil and gas market and the subsidies existing in this market, the cost of hydrogen is still considerably higher than using fossil fuels directly. Carbon pricing mechanisms should be considered to push for the use and production of low carbon fuels, such as low carbon hydrogen. The underlying system required for introducing carbon pricing mechanisms would be the establishment of a MRV, or monitoring, reporting, and verification system. Alongside the development of the system, conversations on emission targets, specifically in emission-intensive sectors, should be initiated. Support required for implementation of decarbonization plans in the form of climate finance, capacity building, and technology transfer should be established. Then six, setting up a legal and regulatory framework. Following the laws and regulations targeting renewable energies in the country, elements related to the hydrogen value chain should be included with the existing rules. Incentives, tax rebates, and dedicated funding to stimulate investments in R&D for hydrogen technologies and development along the value chain are factors to be considered while developing this legal and regulatory framework. And finally, establishing a low-carbon hydrogen trade and market mechanism. Trading hydrogen with Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan will be a strategic advantage for all three countries. To prepare for that, international collaboration in the field of hydrogen should be established. It's important to develop milestones for inter-regional hydrogen trade based on the production potential and demand in each country. This can be achieved through the dialogue between relevant stakeholders in the region, particularly with those sharing similar climate ambitions. At the same time, dialogue and coordination with China should be put on the agenda, since it's likely that the natural trading partner for low-carbon hydrogen for all three countries, as it is currently for natural gas. My final remark is that international finance institutions such as the World Bank can play a big role supporting technology development in enabling knowledge sharing between Uzbekistan and other countries with similar development portfolios. The most significant impact IFI support in the short term could be on developing policies and incentive structures, as they are the base for the development of the low-carbon hydrogen industry. Using their broad international experience and extensive knowledge, IFIs can help Uzbekistan develop sound and consistent regulations with practical enforcement mechanisms in place. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
Rahmat janob Xurdiman, qiziqarli ma'lumotlar, ma'ruza uchun. Dasturimizda ozroq o'zgarish bo'ldi. Germaniyalik mehmonimiz Ralf Heger taqdimoti Energetika vazirligi ma'ruzasi bilan o'rin almashdi. Mamnuniyat bilan so'zni mamlakatda qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalaridan keng foydalanishi yo'lga qo'yish, shu sohada davlatning vakolatli organi hisoblangan O'zbekiston Respublikasi Energetika vazirligiga so'z bermoqchiman. Bu navbatdagi ma'ruzachimiz vazirlikning qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalari boshqarmasi boshlig'i Abdullajon Otaboyev O'zbekiston Respublikasida qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalari sohasida amalga oshirilayotgan ishlar to'g'risida taqdimot qiladi. Reglamentga e'tibor qilishingizni iltimos qilardim.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli ustozlar. Birinchi navbatda o'tgan yilgi Inavik doirasida qatnashganimizda inglizcha prezentatsiya qilib bergandim. Bu safar asosiy auditoriya o'zbek vakillari ekanligini inobatga olib o'zbekchada davom ettiraman. Bugun O'zbekiston Respublikasida qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalari yo'nalishida amalga oshirilgan va amalga oshirilayotgan va amalga oshiriladigan ishlar haqida qisqacha gapirib o'tmoqchiman. Chunki tadbirimiz konferensiya bo'lganligi sababli savol-javobni ham kutib qolaman. Birinchi navbatda ta'kidlamoqchi edimki, har qanday sohani rivojlantirishdan oldin ushbu sohada birinchi navbatda normativ huquqiy bazani yaratish va normativ me'yoriy hujjatlarni ishlab chiqish asosiy turtki hisoblanadi va O'zbekiston Respublikasida qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini rivojlantirish bo'yicha birinchi navbatda Energetika vazirligi tashkil topgandan keyin ushbu Energetika vazirligiga qonun bilan ushbu sohani rivojlantirish bo'yicha asosiy yo'nalish qilib, asosiy vakolat qilib berilganligi va O'zbekiston Respublikasini qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalaridan foydalanish to'g'risida qonuni qabul qilinganligi bo'ldi. Va shu qonun asosida qonundagi belgilangan vazifalarni ijrosini ta'minlash yo'lida O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentining, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Vazirlar Mahkamasining bir qancha qarorlari va normativ huquqiy hujjatlari qabul qilindi va sohada yanada rivojlantirish maqsadida mana har bitta davlatda o'zini qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini rivojlantirish bo'yicha o'zini yo'nalishi bor. Ba'zilar kichik quvvatdagi stansiyalarni rivojlantirish bo'yicha ketadi, ba'zilar katta quvvatdagi va har bitta davlatni rivojlantirish bo'yicha o'zini ekonomikasidan, o'zini geosiyosiy holatidan kelib chiqib rivojlantirish bo'yicha qadamlarni belgilaydi. O'zbekiston Respublikasida birinchi navbatda Parij bitimiga a'zo bo'lganligi va 2000 o'tgan yili bu ya'ni bu bitimdagi O'zbekiston Respublikasini majburiyatlarini oshirilganligi va ushbu majburiyatlarni bajarish uchun 2030-yilga qadar qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini 25%ni ya'ni umumiy energiya ishlab chiqarishdan 25%ni o'sha qitim asosida ishlab chiqarish birinchi navbatda bizga asosiy topshiriq qilib qo'yildi. Va ushbu topshiriqqa erishish maqsadida umumiy quvvati 8 gigavat bo'lgan quyosh va shamol elektr stansiyalarini qurish reja qilib olindi avvaliga va ushbu yo'nalishni rivojlantirish uchun ilk loyihalar, ya'ni loyihalarga start berildi. Bu loyihalar birinchi navbatda investorlarni O'zbekiston Respublikasiga bo'lgan ishonchini oshirish uchun va O'zbekiston Respublikasida amalga oshirilayotgan islohotlarga ishonchini oshirish uchun Fransiyani Tatavaren kompaniyasi bilan amalga oshirildi. Va 2021-yil noyabr oyida O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti rahbarligida bo'lib o'tgan yig'ilishda ijobiy natijalarni ko'rib, ushbu sohani yanada tezroq rivojlantirish va 2030-yilga qo'yilgan maqsadlarni 2026-yilga borib natija ko'rsatish vazifasi topshirildi. Ya'ni 25% elektr energiya 2030-yil emas, 2026-yilga borib ta'minlash topshirig'i berildi va 2030-yilga borib umumiy quvvati 12 gigavat bo'lgan quyosh va shamol elektr stansiyalarini qurish vazifasi belgilandi. bu vazifani amalga oshirish maqsadida birinchi navbatda O'zbekiston Respublikasini quyoshga bo'lgan potensialdan kelib chiqib, umumiy quvvati qariyb 2200 megawatt bo'lgan 8 ta ya'ni 2200 megawatt bo'lgan yirik quvvatli stansiyalarni qurish bo'yicha bitimlar imzolandi. Bulardan ikkitasi 2021-yil va 2022-yillarda umumiy quvvati 200 megawatt bo'lgan, ya'ni 100 megawattdan ikkita bo'lgan stansiya ishga tushirildi. Bu Navoiy viloyatida va Samarqand viloyatida Mazdar va Tatalarin kompaniyalari orqali ishga tushirildi. Bundan tashqari hozir mana 2030-yilga qadar quyosh stansiyalarining umumiy quvvatini 7000 megawattga yetkazish va taxminan 30 ga yaqin loyihalarni amalga oshirish bo'yicha Energetika vazirligi tomonidan hozir ishlar jadal olib borilmoqda. Shu bilan birga nafaqat quyosh, balki shamol energetikasi bo'yicha ham respublikamiz yirik potensialga ega. Bu bo'yicha hozirda 7 ta loyiha amalga oshirilyapti. Umumiy quvvati 3500 megawatt bo'lgan va bizani rejalarimizga ko'ra shu yilning oxirida O'zbekiston Respublikasiga birinchi shamol turbinalari, ya'ni yirik shamol turbinalari kirib keladi. Bu Navoiy viloyatida Mazdar kompaniyasi tomonidan qurilayotgan quvvati 500 megawatt bo'lgan stansiya doirasida O'zbekiston Respublikasiga Xitoy Xalq Respublikasining Goldwind kompaniyasi tomonidan umumiy quvvati 4,5 megawattdan bo'lgan shamol turbinalari ilk partiyasi respublikaga kirib keladi. Va 2024-yilning oxiriga borib bu stansiya yagona tarmoqqa yashil energiya berishni boshlaydi. Bundan tashqari portfelimizda yana 15 ga yaqin, ya'ni ushbu loyihalarimizni sonini 15 taga yetkazish va quvvatini umumiy 5000 megawattga yetkazish maqsadi turibdi, rejasi. Xo'p, qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini rivojlantirayotganda hammada juda muhim savol tug'iladi. Aynan bu stansiyalarni ob-havo omillariga va o'sha ob-havo o'zgaruvchanligiga bog'liqligi va energiya tizimga bo'lgan ta'sirini qay darajada respublika ta'minlay oladi, shu narsani ko'rsatib berish so'raladi. Bu bo'yicha Energetika vazirligi, ya'ni qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini yagona tarmoqqa ta'sirini 3 etapda ta'minlash rejalashtirilgan. Birinchi etapda mavjud elektr stansiyalarimizni modernizatsiya qilish orqali va yangi H va J klass bo'lgan bu gaz qurilmali issiqlik elektr stansiyalarini, ya'ni yuqori manyovrlik issiqlik elektr stansiyalarini ishga tushirish, bundan tashqari o'sha gaz porshinli issiqlik elektr stansiyalarini ishga tushirish va O'zbekiston Respublikasini elektr tarmoqlarini rivojlantirish birinchi etap qilib olingan. Bu loyiha, bular hammasi hozirda amalga oshirilyapti. Misol uchun respublika bo'ylab gaz porshinli stansiyalar ishga tushirildi. Bundan tashqari elektr tarmoqlarini rivojlantirish bo'yicha Jahon banki ko'magida o'sha Ispaniyani MRC kompaniyasi tomonidan 10 yillik, ya'ni qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini joriy qilgandagi 10 yillik plani, ya'ni rejasi ishlab chiqildi. Modernizatsiya, ya'ni tarmoqlarni qurish bo'yicha, modernizatsiya qilish bo'yicha plan ishlab chiqildi va ushbu plan asosida tarmoqlarni rivojlantirish loyihalari amalga oshirilyapti. Xo'p, endi ikkinchi etapda bizda asosan energiya saqlash qurilmalarini joriy qilish, ya'ni shularni joriy qilish orqali, qo'shimcha joriy qilish orqali yagona tarmoqdagi muvozanatni saqlash vazifasi turibdi. Va bu etapga hozir bizda переходящий deydi, endi o'tuvchi, ikkinchi etapga o'tuvchi vaziyat hozir. Loyihalarimiz, ya'ni yangi qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalari loyihalari o'zini ichiga energiya saqlovchi qurilmalarni joriy qilgan holda amalga oshirilyapti hozir. Misol uchun Buxoro viloyatida quvvati 250 megawatt bo'lgan quyosh elektr stansiyasi 63 megawatt soat, ya'ni 1 soat davomida 63 megawatt bera oladigan energiya saqlash tizimini o'zini ichiga olgan. Bundan tashqari yangi e'lon qilinadigan, misol uchun Farg'onada e'lon qilinadigan tanlovimizda ham energiya saqlash tizimlari ko'zda tutiladi va G'uzor tumanida amalga oshirilayotgan loyihamizda ham energiya saqlash qurilmasi ko'zda tutilgan. Bundan tashqari shamol stansiyalarimiz doirasida Nukus ya'ni Qoraqalpog'iston Respublikasining o'sha Qorao'zak tumanida o'tgan yili quvvati 100 megavat bo'lgan stansiyani qurish bo'yicha tanlov e'lon qilinganida, uni natijasi e'lon qilinib, Akvapower g'olib bo'lgan. Shu stansiyani qurishda ikkinchi bosqichida 200 megavatli quyosh shamol elektr stansiyasini qurish doirasida energiya saqlovchi qurilmalar ham joriy qilinadi. Ya'ni bundan keyingi deyarli barcha yirik qayta tiklanuvchi loyihalarimizda energiya saqlash qurilmalari joriy qilinadi. Shu bilan birga 3-etapimizda, ya'ni bu 2-etapda tariflar ham tariflarni energiya iste'molini shakllantirish uchun tariflarni qarab chiqish ham amalga oshirilyapti. Bu differentsirованный tarif deyiladi. Bu ikkinchi bosqichga kiradi va uchinchi bosqich bu yaqin kelajak desak bo'ladi. Bu o'sha vodorod va yuqori innovatsion loyihalarni ishlatgan holda energiya tizimidagi muvozanatni saqlash hisoblanadi. Hop, endi nafaqat respublikamizda nafaqat yirik quvvatdagi stansiyalar rivojlantirilyapti, balki 9-sentyabrda O'zbekiston Respublikasi prezidentini aynan kichik quvvatdagi stansiyalarni rivojlantirish bo'yicha farmoni qabul qilindi. Bu farmonga ko'ra 2030-yilga qadar kichik quvvatdagi stansiyalarni umumiy quvvatini ham 1000 megavatga yetkazish vazifasi belgilandi. Bu uchun davlat tomonidan o'sha qayta tiklanuvchi kichik quvvatdagi stansiyalarni o'rnatuvchilar, foydalanuvchilar uchun yangi tartibdagi subsidiya berish, ya'ni ko'mak berish tartibi belgilandi. Unga ko'ra O'zbekiston Respublikasining Energetika vazirligi huzuridagi tarmoqlararo energiyani tejash jamg'armasi orqali yagona platforma yaratildi va platforma orqali o'sha foydalanuvchilarga subsidiya berish joriy qilindi. Bundan tashqari hozir boshqa davlatlarda kuzatilmagan yangi bir tizim ham joriy qilindi. Bu kichik quvvatdagi stansiyalarni bo'lib to'lash asosida iste'molchilarga sotish tartibi joriy qilindi. Bunda hech qanday foiz, hech qanday protsentlar, o'sha yillik foizlar joriy qilinmaydi. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat. Hozirda amalga oshirilgan ishlar shu. Rahmat.
Rahmat janob Otaboyev. Ma'lumot uchun aytib o'tib ketmoqchi edim. Abdullajon Otaboyev O'zbekiston Respublikasida qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalari hammamizga ma'lum, juda ham shiddat bilan rivojlanmoqda. 2026-yil o'sha 8000 megavat qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini qurilishi, ularning ishga tushirilishini bevosita muvofiqlashtiruvchi boshqarma hisoblanadi. Hammamiz uchun, konferensiya ishtirokchilari uchun muhim va juda ham zarur, qiziqarli ma'lumotlarni berdingiz. Katta rahmat. Ben dasturdagi taqdimotlarni ko'pligi va reglament cheklanganligi munosabati bilan konferensiya ishtirokchilaridan savollar bo'lsa yozma berishlarini iltimos qilib qolardim. Anjuman yakunida alohida vaqt qoldiramiz, o'sha savol-javoblar qismiga o'tamiz. Keyingi qismga o'tadigan bo'lsak, Clean Horizon kompaniyasi vodorod energetikasi sohasida konsalting va tahlil xizmatlarini ko'rsatayotgan kompaniyalarning biri hisoblanadi. Kompaniyaning energiya tizimlari mutaxassisi va vodorod jamoasi rahbari Dr. Serj Agbeli vodorod energetikasida vodorod dvigatelini yoqilg'i elementi bilan taqqoslash taqdimoti bilan qatnashmoqda. Marhamat, Dr. Agbeli, marhamat so'z.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I do believe you can hear me. So I'm Serge Agbeli, and I'm going to introduce some case study of hydrogen in the hydrogen energy application. We are going to focus on some novel technologies. Here, we will focus on hydrogen engine and fuel cell comparison. So I'm Serge Agbeli, and I'm the head of hydrogen team at Clean Horizon Consulting. Since 2009, Clean Horizon is specialized in energy storage And
muammo yuzaga keldi.
Sorry, Mr. Serge, we cannot hear you.
you cannot hear me. Okay. Hello, and now? It's possible now to hear me?
Mr. Serge, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, and now can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Serge, but I'm online, so maybe it's the conference room that has a technical issue.
Okay. I can continue. Or... Okay, in Zoom it's okay. So in the conference room, if someone can confirm, you hear me? Okay, let's move on. So, as I said, Clean Horizon is a specialist of energy storage. We perform market analysis. As such, we constantly track market evolution around the world, technical, economic, and regulatory point of view. So we also perform technical consultancy by using energy storage modeling tool, our own tool named Crestor. We act as owners engineer for IPPs and lenders around the world. Our uniqueness allows us to perform realistic assumptions, and we ensure accountability for results. We therefore accompany our clients' project from conception to commissioning. Here is the scopes we cover. We perform training, market analysis, electricity market price forecast, including ancillary service price forecast, but this one is only in Europe. We perform asset management, system sizing, design, and procurement. We perform also business plan optimization. So here is the agenda we are going to follow. I'm first going to introduce two promising novel technologies: hydrogen fuel gas turbine and hydrogen engine. Afterwards, I'm going to quickly introduce the main viable project structure for hydrogen business. This is provided through reverse engineering by peering at the real viable project conducted by industrials. After this, I will bring out the comparison between hydrogen engine and fuel cell systems in hydrogen energy application, and we'll finish with a conclusion. So we are going to give a high-level view on both hydrogen turbine and gas turbine. First, hydrogen has about 30% of energy content of methane. This implies that 3 times hydrogen volume is needed to have the same energy with methane, which implies sizing issue to deal with. The second point is hydrogen is more flammable than natural gas. Therefore, the turbine should be altered to be fueled by hydrogen. So, by using hydrogen turbine, there will be high combustion temperature of hydrogen, and this implies that the outlet gases could be used to preheat the air entering the combustion chamber by using separator. This induce an increase of efficiency of the overall system. Even after the separator, the exhaust gas is still hot enough to be used in combined heat and power system. Therefore, the hot gases can be used for any industrial process heating to produce steam, to drive a steam turbine, or heat up water for use in domestic heating application. The main thing here is also that the combustion is carbon neutral because there is no carbon in the combustion of hydrogen. Some challenges need to be dealt with. The main are in the compressor or in the combustor chambers. Because of the high temperature of combustion of hydrogen, conventional gas turbine combustion chambers cannot burn pure hydrogen. There is some risk by using this as a combustion fuel. For instance, the main one is flame flashback, and this could cause irreversible damage for the fuel nozzles. So there is a need of new design, and several companies are pushing forward to reach commercial level products. This is G, Turbotech, Mitsubishi Power, and so on. So as I said, it is the same process, the same different stage with conventional gas turbine, but only compressor and combustion system should be upgraded to be able to work with hydrogen. The main point I'd like to introduce here is that the combustion is carbon neutral, but there is the emission of NOx because of the presence of nitrogen in the air. So if there is a need to reach a neutral emission of NOx, some system should be used allowing water or steam injection so as to reduce or to completely eliminate the nitrogen. The second promising novel technology is hydrogen engine. These work like conventional internal combustion engines with 4 classical steps: intake, compression, working, strokes, and exhaust. Here, the main risk by using hydrogen is embrittlement and erosion, so that the alteration of the conventional engine are made so as to comply with hydrogen physical features. We need therefore to adapt piping system, sealing, and material surface coating to enforce the materials so as to make this engine keep similar lifetime, similar performance as conventional engine. For the purpose of this presentation, we use 2G energy engines with these features regarding lifetime, efficiencies, capex and opex. This is a carbon-free engine, but the emission of NOx with this value lower than 95 milligram per nanometer cube of nitrogen, of NOx, sorry. So quickly, here is an overview of hydrogen business development structure. The project structure are like this. We are not going to spend more time on it, but in mobility, energy, and industry application field, we can provide how the sponsor should be structured to accompany the project, what could be most of the time the fundings, and why this kind of funding, why could be the main revenue streams. Here is the response of this slide. You will have the presentation, so you will take a look on it afterwards. So we are going quickly to focus on the comparison of hydrogen engine and fuel cell system for energy application. We bring out some assumptions, which is mostly the power of the system, the number of operation of the system, the efficiency, the lifetime of the project. We can see also the capex, the spare parts of the systems, and the opex of the system. Based on these assumptions, we could highlight the different components of the project of both technology project costs. And here we can see that hydrogen costs has fuel make up the most part of an engine of fuel cell plants costs. We can see here the most high component is hydrogen consumption. The higher the hydrogen cost, the higher the project cost. And the second point is the efficiency of the system. The lower the efficiency, the higher the needed quantity of hydrogen, so the higher the component of hydrogen consumption cost. To make the presentation between both technologies, we consider a reference price provided by two manufacturers. For fuel cell, we are around 9,000 euro per kilowatt. And for hydrogen engine, we are around 1,200 euro per kilowatt. We perform a sensitivity analysis by moving this capex varies between minus 50% up to plus 50%. We make this variation both on fuel cell capex and hydrogen engine capex. And we perform the difference of fuel cell of hydrogen engine minus fuel cell engine power plant cost. If the result is negative, this means hydrogen engine is cheaper than fuel cell. And you can see in the 3 dashed zone the place where the hydrogen engine is cheaper than fuel cell systems. Roughly, when the hydrogen, the fuel cell capex is higher than 810 euro per kilowatt, we can say that hydrogen engine is cheaper than fuel cell plants. This is to draw your attention on the choice of the technology. We need in advance to perform the clear business model to perform the less costly system for the target application. So to conclude, we will say that commercial on-the-shelf solution is not yet available for hydrogen turbine engine. However, there are for hydrogen engines which are more competitive than fuel cells. However, the using of oxygen in the air to perform hydrogen combustion induces the NOx emission. And if you'd like to reduce the NOx emission, additional NOx systems should be introduced to reach GHG emission neutrality. There is another option. If we produce the hydrogen in situ through electrolysis, you can
store the produced oxygen and use it later in the hydrogen engine so as to be GHG emission neutral. But this solution needs to introduce additional system to store oxygen at the electrolyzer side, and also further system to inject this oxygen in the hydrogen engine. And in this second option, financial analysis should be refined to quantify this NOx emission neutral proposal. Thanks so much for your attention, and feel free to send us your questions, your remarks, your concern through our this address mail. Thanks you.
Rahmat, Dr. Serj. Dr. Serj taqdimotidan keyin Clean Horizon kompaniyasining sohaga oid muhim ma'lumotlarga ega bo'ldik. Keyingi so'z navbatini mazkur kompaniyaning vodorod va energiya saqlash bo'yicha bosh mutaxassisi Rachel Laskoy xonimga beramiz. Yashil vodorod energetikasi texnologiyalari haqida ma'ruza bilan qatnashadilar. Marhamat, Laskoy xonim, so'z sizga.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for having me. I hope you can hear me well. So for me today, I will discuss green hydrogen. So I'm Rachel. I come from the same company as Serge who just talked, and I'm a senior energy storage analyst and a hydrogen analyst. So I won't go in detail about Clean Horizon because Serge just did. But for the agenda of today, so first I will just discuss how green hydrogen is produced and what are its main applications today. And then we'll look at 3 business cases for green hydrogen. The industry one, energy and mobility. And we'll look at existing projects and their profitability compared to more conventional projects which are not using green hydrogen. So first, hydrogen can be produced via 4 main ways. So the first one is using natural gas. So you use a steam methane reforming process to convert natural gas to hydrogen. So this is the most common one today. Then you have the possibility to use coal and biomass. And the fourth one, which is the one which is used to produce green hydrogen, is the electrolysis. So you use electricity and an electrolyzer to produce hydrogen with water. And if the electricity comes from renewable power plants, then the hydrogen which is produced can be green. So it's carbon neutral if the electricity is carbon neutral as well. However, today we don't really talk about green hydrogen anymore. We more talk about renewable hydrogen or low carbon hydrogen. So basically what is renewable hydrogen? It's hydrogen which has been produced using electricity which comes from renewable energy. Low carbon hydrogen can also be from renewable energy, it's not from renewable energy. However, it respects the same CO2 emission limits. So for example, that could be hydrogen which is produced from the steam methane reforming process. However, the CO2 emissions which is emitted from that process can be captured by a carbon capture and storage system, and therefore the process is CO2 emission free. So this is what we call low carbon hydrogen. So it's not from renewables, but it is still low carbon. And the third version of hydrogen is called carbonated hydrogen. So this is hydrogen which is not renewable or low carbon, which is the most common one currently. And if we look at the applications, so this is a very interesting graph because it shows how hydrogen is produced and how it is used. So this is a graph from EEA 2019. And as you can see, currently, most of the hydrogen which is produced comes from either natural gas or coal, which are both carbonated sources. So most of the hydrogen which is currently used in the industry is carbonated. So there's a lot of progress to be made in that area. As you can see, only a fraction of the hydrogen produced comes from electricity, and even the electricity, it's not 100% green electricity. So the green hydrogen is a very, very small fraction of the hydrogen which is currently used. And in terms of application, hydrogen is currently used mostly in refineries and to produce ammonia. So ammonia is something which is used in the fertilizers for agriculture. And transport is only a small application for now. Not a lot of vehicles use hydrogen to power themselves. So it's quite new. And hydrogen can also be mixed with other gases to be used for heating purposes, for example. So hydrogen can be injected, for example, in the gas distribution networks to replace some of the gas and to be used by appliances which use gas. However, of course, there's a maximum percentage which can be tolerated both by the gas networks, but also by the appliances. So this is something in progression, but for now, the limits are quite low. And then if we look at the main business cases which are used by, which can be used by green hydrogen, we have first the industry business case, which is where you produce hydrogen to sell it to an industry which needs it. You can also use hydrogen to store electricity. So for example, you would produce hydrogen with electricity, and then you can also use a hydrogen to produce electricity. So it's the inverse process, and this is done using fuel cells. And third, you can use hydrogen for transport, which is not a very common application today. It's not very developed, but it's in a big progression. So this is an application which we'll discuss. So what we've done, we've looked at projects which exist. So projects which are financed, and we know the details of those projects. And we've analyzed their profitability in comparison to other more conventional projects. So for example, for this first project, this is a project where hydrogen is used to be injected in the distribution network of hydrogen in France, so in Normandy in France. So here you have the electrolyzer, which withdraws electricity from the grid. And to make sure that it is green electricity, so to produce green hydrogen, they use what we call guarantee of traceability, which are guarantees that the electricity that you've withdrawn is from renewable power. So the hydrogen then is renewable hydrogen because it has been produced from green electricity, renewable electricity. And the production of these projects is around 30,000 tons per year. So it corresponds to a consumption of electricity of 200 megawatts on average. And we've looked at the profitability of this project in comparison to other projects. So for example, the big competitor of electrolyzers, of hydrogen produced with an electrolyzer, is hydrogen produced from the steam methane reforming, so from natural gas, because it's a process which is older and which is cheaper. So as you can see, if we expect that the hydrogen would be sold at a price of 2.8 euros per kilogram, the total cost of hydrogen produced by SMR is around 2.9 euros, whereas the total cost of hydrogen produced by electrolyzer is around 6 euros. So the hydrogen produced by electrolyzer is a lot more expensive than the hydrogen produced by SMR, and that is assuming an electricity price of 85 euros per megawatt hour, which is a lot lower than the electricity price that we see today. So today, the difference would be even higher. So that is to show that this project is not competitive with a not green hydrogen project. So it requires some subsidies to be able to compete with projects which use natural gas. So green hydrogen is still more expensive than gray hydrogen or carbonated hydrogen. So then if we look at the energy application, so in that case, we use hydrogen as a storage for electricity. So for example, in this project, which is also in France, in Guyane, we have it's a PV power plant, which is coupled to a hydrogen system, which is an electrolyzer plus a fuel cell and a hydrogen storage. And this system is used to provide firm power from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. With different powers for the two sections. And so you use the hydrogen to store electricity. So this is typically not a project which is interesting. Why? Because the efficiency of the electrolyzer and the fuel cell is quite low. So the process of doing electricity to hydrogen to electricity is has a low efficiency. So it's typically not interesting. However, in cases where the electricity is very expensive, it can be interesting to do that because although you have a low efficiency, you still save some power. So it can still be interesting to have that kind of system. And this is exactly what we've looked at. So we've compared the cost of electricity produced by that hydrogen project. So it's here in gray, with the cost of electricity of a PV plus storage plant and with a CCGT plant. And what we can see is that when the gas price is higher than 37 euros per megawatt thermal or 120 euros per megawatt electric, then the hydrogen energy project is more competitive than the CCGT plant. So that means that in places where the electricity price is higher, the gas price is higher than 120 euros per megawatt hour, then it can be interesting to use this kind of project to save electricity from the PV plant and be able to provide firm power just like a CCGT plant, but at a lower cost. Of course, this kind of price right now is not huge, but if we compare that with 2020 prices, as you can see, the gas price was on average much lower than 37, except in Switzerland. And however, in the islands, typically the electricity price was a lot higher than 120. So in the island, those are niche markets where this kind of project can be interesting because the electricity price is so high. And finally, for the mobility application, so here we wanted to compare the price of fueling a hydrogen vehicle versus a more conventional vehicle and compare various types of hydrogen production and their impact on the cost of the system. So here, for example, it's a project of taxi that use hydrogen as their fuel. And they are, so there's 100 vehicles which are running and they want to upgrade 600 of vehicles. And in that case, we have compared, so the conventional vehicle, which is like a typical vehicle which uses gasoline, and with the hydrogen vehicles, but which are powered by hydrogen, which is produced from various processes. So for example, here we expect that the hydrogen is sold at 10 euros per kilogram. So that's why the revenue is the same for the three projects we use hydrogen. So this is the revenue in dark blue. And then in terms of cost, the alkaline and PEM have quite the same cost. So as you can see, the deficit between the cost and the revenues is pretty high. So around 48 million euros. So that includes the vehicles, the buses, the electrolyzer, the storage, and the refueling station. So it's the whole system. And for SMR, the deficit is still quite high, but it's still lower than when you use alkaline and PEM to produce hydrogen. So in the end, those vehicles are far from being competitive with conventional vehicles. What could change that is if the gasoline price was to increase a lot. That could change the difference. But for now, it's less competitive to have hydrogen vehicles rather than conventional vehicles. And that's it for my presentation. As Serge said, please feel free to send us any questions that you may have, even after this session. So you can send via this email any questions. Thank you very much.
Rahmat Vaskoy xonim, juda ham qiziqarli, juda ham muhim bo'lgan ma'lumotlarni oldik deb hisoblayman. Hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, biz reglamentdan chiqib ketganligimiz uchun janob Vatanabi taqdimoti kofe breakdan keyinga qoldiriladi. Hozir kofe break uchun 15 minutlik tanaffus e'lon qilamiz. Programma bo'yicha 20 minut edi. Ulgurmaganimiz uchun 16:20 da anjuman o'z ishini davom ettiradi. Rahmat. Ketib qolish yo'q.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I just wanted to check when is the next presentation and who is going to be speaking next. This is Pramod Jain. My topic is coming up in the next session. I just wanted to understand the timing.
Good afternoon. I am Eric, and I think Eric Obspa. And I think I am the next follower.
The PSPP pumped up in the night and the PSPP generated in the daytime. But in the last 10 years, the ratio of renewable energy generation increases much in Japan. So recently, PSPP pump up the water in the daytime when the solar energy generate much, and PSPP generate in the morning and in the evening. But this trend will be continue from now on. Next slide. As I said, the supply must be controlled to meet the change of the demand at any time. When the total supply is less than the total demand in one electric power electric system, the frequency falls. Demand is always changing. the changes of demand can be analyzed into short cycles, middle cycles, and large changes. Power system operators should keep appropriate combination of generation resources to meet all of the changes. And also the frequency control methods also must be prepared for these purposes. Next, please. Okay. And the generation output of PSPP can be controlled by the opening angle of guide vanes. The left figure shows the one test method, 10 test results of one PSPP. The horizontal axis shows the guide vane opening angle, and vertical axis shows the turbine output. That is the same as hydropower plant. But pump input is decided by the pump head. The middle figure shows also the one test results of one PSPP. By this test, the appropriate guide vane angle is confirmed. So the pump input of the conventional fixed speed units cannot be controlled. Pump input of the fixed speed machine is fixed depending on the pump head. The right figure shows horizontal axis shows the pump head, and vertical axis shows pump input, and the red dotted line shows the input curve of one PSPP. And the input of pump turbine is promotion to cubes of the rotation speed. Formulation is there. The left figure shows the one example of input change of one blower by the change of the rotation speed. The lower red line shows the input curve controlled by inverters. And double-fed asynchronous machine with AC exciters can control their rotation speed. The middle figure shows the electric circuit. And left figure shows the one example of the actual adjustment speed units. Horizontal axis shows the time from 0 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Pump input changed around from 250 megawatts to 400 megawatts automatically for LFC. This is the basic theory. Please look at these figures. In the running train, one person is standing. The speed of the train means the rotation speed of the generator motors. And speed of the person to the train means frequency of AC exciter. And the speed of the person from the outside of the train means the rotation speed of the electrical field of that machine. So when the person stands still, means frequency 0 hertz equal DC excitation. If we would like to change the speed of the train to 45 kilometers per hour, at that time we will say to the person, run to the 5 kilometers per hour. At that time, the speed of the person from the outside is 45 plus 5 equal 50 kilometers per hour. If we would like to change the train speed to 55 kilometers per hour, we would like to say to the person, run to the opposite side. That is a basic theory of adjustment speed unit. In Japan, adjustment speed units have been introduced and they are using around for about 30 years. These three pictures show the three PSPPs, Kazunogawa, Omarugawa, and Kyogoku. And the rotor of the adjustable speed units is cylindrical rotors. That is special for the AC excitation. And of course, adjustable speed units has advantages and disadvantages. Example of advantage is the increase of the free efficiency in generation mode, and also the widening of operation range, and the reduction of the vibration cavitation. And this examples of this advantage is higher price of generator motors because of the AC excitation systems, and also the increase of equipment. I'm sorry, very hard explanation of this technology, but I will ask you to the 3 points. First one is PSPP are electric power storage facilities. So planning and design should be carried out by mutual cooperation of power system operators and hydropower engineers. Second point is fixed speed units of PSPP cannot control their input power at pumping operation. So adjustable speed units must be introduced for input control. And the last one is technology of adjustable speed unit is advanced and established. It is paid attention again to meet large introduction of renewable energy generation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Rahmat, janob Vatanabe. Vodorod energetikasi texnologiyalari sohasida respublikamizda amalga oshiriladigan ishlar xorijiy soha vakillarida qiziqish uyg'otmoqda. Shunday kompaniyalardan biri Fransiyaning yetakchi konsalting kompaniyalaridan biri hisoblangan Fosforis shular jumlasidan. Kompaniyaning prezidenti janob Erik Abespin vodorod texnologiyalari atrofida tarqalayotgan afsonalar va haqiqat to'g'risida biz bilan o'rtoqlashadilar. Marhamat, janob Abespin, so'z sizga.
Is it okay? Do you hear me?
Yes,
Great.
yes.
So, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I have the pleasure to show today a presentation around hydrogen. It will be a state of play about hydrogen energy. From a large presentation to an amazing conclusion, the story begins. I am Eric Obspar. I will be 50 this year. I'm a French engineer, and I am the founder and president of the company Phosphoris. Phosphoris is an expert in sustainable development with the specialization of efficient energy efficiency and indoor and outdoor air quality. Phosphoris is also involved in research and development in these two fields. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Innovative Development of the Republic of Uzbekistan, which set very high targets in sustainable development, especially with the development of renewable energy focused on green transport. I think you know the table of Mendeleev to classify the chemical elements For me, it's something contemporary because my son is studying it at school. So the first element is hydrogen because we can find this element in nature very often, almost everywhere. In one word, hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. I would like to share with you something very interesting from the Greek. I mean, hydrogen generates water. About hydrogen and energy, hydrogen is not an energy. Gas, coal, wind, solar are energies, but hydrogen is not an energy, it's a carrier of energy. It means it can be stored, it can be transported, and it can be used. We can classify hydrogen in 4 main families. Gray hydrogen from natural gas, blue hydrogen, yellow hydrogen for nuclear origin, and green hydrogen from renewable energy. Just to remind something important, 50% of production of hydrogen is green. It means the fabrication of hydrogen nowadays generates carbon, dioxide of carbon, pollution, and endangers the planet. About mobility, the same bad idea. The existing hydrogen station to fill hydrogen car or buses is mostly delivered by trucks. And these trucks works with fuel to carry hydrogen. For me, it's just incredible. So I would like to give you my first conclusion. Hydrogen is not an energy, it's a carrier of energy. The combustion of hydrogen is clean, and the creation of hydrogen is mostly carbon-based because it comes from gas. The Greek people understood the relation between hydrogen and water. So the processes of fabrication of hydrogen is to separate the two molecules of hydrogen and oxygen thanks to electricity. It's the electrolyze of water, and we can also combine hydrogen and oxygen to create, it's like inverter reaction, to create electricity. This scheme explains this reaction through the prism of energy efficiency. The complete reaction of electrolyze plus the inverter has got a whole efficiency of only 22%. So it will be my second conclusion. If we want to use hydrogen, we have 3 options. The first is the whatever the cost. It means the government decides to decarbonize energy, and it's okay to have only 22% of efficiency. The second option is the energy storage. we can store this energy, for instance, in not connected site or remote sites, not connected to electricity. And the third is long and easy mobility. But in a general way, if we can imagine a good project, we have to find the place of hydrogen in the energy mix. To help, we have this diagram. It's a representation of the power we need and the discharge time we have to store the energy. So you can find all the solutions, but it means that for hydrogen, it's very good from little power to 10 megawatts and no more. And when you have a long time for the discharge, if you have a short time to discharge, it would be better to use a battery system, for instance. The French industry, as the Uzbek government, the French government decided that green hydrogen industry would be a priority for the country and decided to develop a French industry around hydrogen. The ambition of France in 2030 is to be the world leader of hydrogen. For instance, there are 4 main companies, French companies, Povidian and McPhee. They are builder of electrolyzer. There is Gossin, a company for the traction of trucks, and Safra for buses, for public buses. To conclude, several experiences. This one, the French one, it's in French Guiana. French Guiana is in the American continent. It's a French territory. I think you know this part of France because there is the launcher base of Ariane. Energy is 100% imported, and the production of electricity is thanks to coal. So the idea is to replace this carbonate energy step by step by green energy. So this central of production of energy, the power is 10 megawatts the day, and the power of this plant is 3 megawatts during the night. So as you can read, it concerns 10,000 homes. So it's like 50,000 people living in this area, and they are totally not connected at the network, but the energy is produced 100% by this plant. You have another example about mobility. It's under development. It's the deployment of 20 hydrogen station. It will concern like 100 cars in this territory of France near the city of Lyon. It's just Lyon is here, and they created a network, hydrogen network with hydrogen station around the city of Lyon. Another example, it's the design of hydrogen station. It's a concept by Phosphorus, it means by us. And it endages diminution of 99% of dioxide of carbon. Another design from Phosphorus, it's a preliminary design for the Mongolian government. It's close to the Kovsgol Lake. And we decided to design a resort concept close to the lake with 100% of green energy. So the main question was not to create energy, but to store energy. So we have a solar plant of 62,000 square meters and a huge storage of hydrogen. There is a simple thing to do, just a simple thing to do in our way of building. It's for engineers, it's for architects. It's to replace gas generators by hydrogen generators. So it's easy, it's not very expensive, and it showed you good points. Pollution in cities and decarbonation of life. And to conclude, like I promised you, the story begins. There are two new examples. Hydrogen bicycle from the company Pragma, it's a French company too. You can do 150 kilometers with this bicycle. And you know the French company Airbus, which is developing a system of hydrogen propulsion. So it would be the plane of the future by hydrogen, not thanks to coal or fuel. And the advantage of hydrogen is that it's lighter than electric batteries. So it's easy to fly with hydrogen and easier than with electric battery. So thank you very much for your attention. And I am ready to receive some questions from you if you have.
Polis kompaniyasi bilan ikkita pilot loyihani amalga oshirish bo'yicha loyihani texnik iqtisodiy asoslarini ishlab chiqish bo'yicha hamkorlik ishi olib bormoqda. O'ylaymanki, yaqin kunlarda natijalarni e'lon qilamiz. Elektr tarmoqlarida o'zgaruvchan qayta tiklanadigan elektr energiyasining ta'sirini baholash muhim ahamiyatga ega. Markaziy Osiyo energetikasi loyihasining energetika bo'yicha maslahatchisi janob Pramod Jain tarmoqlarda o'zgaruvchan qayta tiklanadigan elektr energiyasi va uglerodsiz texnologiyalarni kirib borishida energiya saqlash uchun yashil vodorodning o'rni mavzusida taqdimoti bilan anjumanimizga ishtirok etmoqda. Marhamat, Pramod, so'z sizga.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you can see my slides and you can hear me.
Yes.
So I am going to talk about the future of green hydrogen for seasonal energy storage, and specifically in grids with high penetration of renewable energy. And as you all know, net zero has become an important goal for the power sector, and net zero emissions power sector essentially implies large amount of wind and solar generation, because that's how we get electricity that has zero carbon emissions. But wind and solar implies large variation in generation. And because this variation in generation is not correlated with load, we end up with large variation in net load. And net load is the difference between load and renewable energy generation. So most of this variation in net load can be managed with 4 to 8 hours of energy storage, which is what lithium ion provides. But not all the variation can be managed with 4 to 8 hours of energy storage. What we need is some long-term energy storage solution. So in this specific area of long-term energy storage, which is a small segment of the electricity sector, we will need some solutions. And hydrogen is one of the solutions that is being considered around the world. Now, let me now go to the next slide and basically start the main topic. So green hydrogen is emerging as a key contributor to the decarbonization strategy and to achieve net zero targets. So there are multiple pathways to how green hydrogen can aid with decarbonization. As I mentioned before, it can help with getting higher volumes of renewable energy into the grid and making the grid integration problem easier because now we have long-term storage. We can also enable renewable energy, a conversion of renewable energy to a high-density energy source, which can replace fossil fuel in the transportation sector and heavy industries. So this is a second pathway for using hydrogen. And because we want to achieve scale in hydrogen, we want to find a lot of other uses of hydrogen, or to use hydrogen in the power sector, not exclusively, but to use it as one of the applications of hydrogen. The third item is, as we know, renewable energy projects tend to be far away from the load centers. So a lot of transmission has to be built. There is a lot of congestion in the grid during periods when high amount of renewable energy is being generated. Now, this problem can be resolved if we can store the hydrogen where renewable energy is generated and then transport the hydrogen to the load centers. The last one is to use hydrogen with natural gas as a replacement for heating and cooking applications. So if we look at the overall net zero strategy, these are some of the items that can play into hydrogen helping with net zero emissions in the economy as a whole. There are two primary pathways to hydrogen generation. One is green hydrogen through electrolysis. This is shown on the left-hand top corner, where renewable energy is used to power electrolysis and hydrogen is generated. The second pathway is to use the gas reforming process, the traditional process of methane and biogas, and to convert it into hydrogen, but to do a carbon capture. So to take the carbon dioxide that is released and to store it. So in both these pathways, we have hydrogen that is stored and or transported to where it is going to be used. And then on the right-hand side, we have all the different uses of hydrogen. And the main one that we are interested in for our talk is for grid power. This is the middle application of hydrogen. Let me set the stage for what is going on around the world in terms of promoting hydrogen as a key fuel for the power sector. So the first one is from EU. So EU has a Green Deal and a Fit for 55, which is basically saying they want to increase the renewable energy targets to 55% in terms of energy content. And clearly, with such a high penetration of renewable energy, they will need some long-term storage. And the hydrogen strategy is to essentially help develop an economy where hydrogen can be generated and used. So REPower EU, this is the latest program of the EU to double hydrogen targets, hydrogen production targets by 2030, and to replace 75% of the gray hydrogen with green hydrogen. So here, what the EU has done is to actually define what is green hydrogen. And this is important so we can understand which of the processes for producing hydrogen can qualify. The first one is to look at the entire life cycle of how a hydrogen molecule is produced. And if we look at the entire life cycle, if the GHG emissions of the entire life cycle is less than 3.38 kgs of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilogram of hydrogen production, then it is considered as green hydrogen. Second is the additionality of renewable energy. We know renewable energy projects can take a long time for permitting, and it can take up to 3 years from start to finish of a renewable energy project. So, from 2027, any hydrogen project that receives energy from a renewable energy project, it is still allowed to be considered green if it will receive energy from an existing RE project and not necessarily an old RE project, not necessarily a new RE project. The next is to understand the temporal correlation, which means should hydrogen be supplied to, or should hydrogen be generated immediately after a renewable energy is generated? So for every megawatt of renewable energy generated at a particular instant, should it be immediately used for RE generation? Should it be immediately used for hydrogen generation? And the question is, no. They are allowed to do hourly matching. And this is after 2027. But before 2027, monthly matching is permitted, which is over the entire month, you can add up all the megawatt hours generated by renewable energy and say how much of it was used for hydrogen. It doesn't have to be done hour by hour. The third is the geographic correlation, which is to ensure that the renewable energy generation and the hydrogen production happen in the same geographic area, so that renewable energy does not use a lot of the transmission capacity in the grid. Because transmission capacity to begin with is very constrained. So the EU is promoting that the hydrogen project should be closer to where the renewable energy is being generated. So these are some parameters that have been defined by the REPower EU project to promote green hydrogen and to define what are the parameters, what is allowed, what is our policy direction for hydrogen generation. The last part of this is that, and this is not in the slide, which is carbon contracts for difference can be used for hydrogen. So which means when hydrogen is used, it is displacing carbon. We are getting no carbon emissions. So a seller of hydrogen and a buyer of hydrogen can take the carbon credits at a fixed price. They don't have to, for financial planning purposes, they can sign a contract for a fixed price. However, the price of carbon keeps changing. So through contracts for differences, these price changes can be settled. However, for long-term planning purposes, they can use the carbon contract for differences as a mechanism for using carbon credits when hydrogen is used for power generation, or it is used for steel production, or it is used for any other application. The last part, again, specific to EU, is since the war in February of 2022, the natural gas prices have gone up, and it has made hydrogen attractive in the EU, and it currently outcompetes natural gas as on an energy equivalent basis in 8 markets of the EU. So this is a good sign for hydrogen that it can compete with the natural gas prices that exist currently. Next, I'm going to talk about the hydrogen initiatives in the US. So there is a new policy in place, which is called the National Clean Hydrogen Strategy and Roadmap. And to understand it, it's a simple 1-1-1 strategy, which is the goal is to reduce the cost of hydrogen to $1 per kilogram in 1 decade. And since this was put in place in 2021, the thought is that by 2030, we want to reach these goals. And here again, one of the policy directions is to focus on regional networks, which is to set up regional clean hydrogen hubs to enable large-scale hydrogen production and its end use closer to the region, and not to rely on a lot of transportation for moving hydrogen, transportation or pipelines for moving long distances.
Ahmad, sorry, your time is over. Finish.
Okay. All right. Do you want to give me a few more minutes to talk about it? I'm okay with either case. So let me give you one more slide, which is how is this relevant to Uzbekistan? And what I want to talk about is that Uzbekistan has very strong renewable energy resources, and both wind and solar in areas like Karakal, Pakistan, Kashkadarya, Surkhadarya, Bukhara, Navoi, and so on. So it is ideal for generating hydrogen, and it can be done at scale, which is 1 gigawatt size plants. So that is on the renewable energy side. On the hydrogen side, Uzbekistan has good infrastructure in terms of transporting gas and using gas generators for generating electricity. So hydrogen with a few retrofits to this network can be used as an alternative in Uzbekistan. So I will stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Rahmat. Keyingi ma'ruzamiz vodoroddan energiya manbalari sifatida foydalanish imkoniyatlari ixtiro qilinganiga 200 yilga yaqin vaqt o'tgan bo'lsa-da, hozircha bu texnologiyalardan foydalanish keng tarqalmagan. So'nggi yillarda texnologiyalar rivojlanishi vodorod yoqilg'isining uglerod yoqilg'ilari bilan raqobatbardosh bo'lishiga olib kelmoqda. Severstal kompaniyasining vodorod va innovatsion dekarbonizatsiya bo'yicha sektor rahbari janob Ilya Pavlov vodorod texnologiyalarini rivojlantirishning harakatlantiruvchi kuchlari to'g'risida taqdimot o'tkazadilar. Marhamat, Ilya, so'z sizga.
Thank you, Sajar. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to be talking today about disruptive technologies, basically why they do exist and why do I invest in them. So I work for mining and steel company, and I'm going to be talking why it is important for steel. We've been talking about electrical generation, power turbines. That's not obvious why it is important for steel, why hydrogen. And then I'm going to be talking what is the today's situation on the markets and actually how it drives different technological shifts in hydrogen production. So please, first slide. Oh, I can do that myself. Good. So first of all, 2 words about Severstal Ventures. So I'm a managing director of our corporate venture fund. So it's global fund, and we've been on the top radars of global corporate venturing community. So this is a community of all venture funds around the globe. And myself and a lot of my teammates were getting awarded as being one of the best venture funds around the globe. So we do invest in companies who create breakthrough technologies everywhere. So we've been focusing on steel innovations, different type of composites, in mining technologies, in renewable energy, and digital production technologies. But recently, we put a lot of attention and a lot of financial resource on decarbonization and hydrogen technologies. So why it is so? Because we see that the disruptive change in many heavy industries, including steel, but not just steel. You've seen ammonia, methanol production, power generation. Actually, all of them are driven by carbon-free or so-called net zero challenge. And we see that investments in breakthrough technologies, basically venture investments and pilots, are a way to go, actually, to make these technologies to exist and to scale. So please, next slide. Oh, yeah. You know, I so used to talk on online conferences where you actually need to ask to change your slides, so that's a bad habit. Good. So a couple of words about hydrogen and metallurgy. Basically, 2 ways exist to produce steel. More classical way, it's blast furnace and steel converter, and more than 80% around the globe are produced with this way of doing. So what we can do, we can add hydrogen in the blast furnace to reduce CO2 emission. We can add quite high amounts of hydrogen, up to 25 kilograms, and reduce emission of CO2 up to 12%. So if you take kind of medium-sized blast furnace, it's going to give you around 70 kilotons a year of hydrogen consumed. So as my colleagues were talking, that it's a challenge first to produce such amount of hydrogen, and second, actually, to deliver them to the consumer, in this case, to the blast furnace. Second case is even more important because now around 7 to 8% of steel are produced via so-called direct ore reduction technology. It is commercially available technologies, and my friends from Mitsubishi and Prime Metals, they know that very, very, very much. So what can be done? Instead of natural gas, or we can add hydrogen to the natural gas, because the feedstock for this DRI technology or DRI plant is a natural gas and iron ore. So we can add up to 30% of hydrogen to the natural gas. Why do so? Again, we quite radically reduce CO2 emission. And this kind of technology already available today, but there are not so many kind of big plants, just pilot plants with this addition of hydrogen, but they're really coming and very fast. I believe towards 2025, they're going to be kind of 1 million ton a year production facilities already using this hydrogen natural gas mix. And then next step going to be pure hydrogen DRI facilities. And again, here you need around 100,000 of tons a year of hydrogen. So again, where to produce it and how to deliver it. Because if you calculate, if you want to produce this with electrolyzer, you need like 0.5 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity close to DRI plant. That's a huge project just by itself. So that's why we are so much interested to find new and breakthrough ways to produce hydrogen on a cheaper way. Because actually not to change the price of steel heavily, you need to have hydrogen on around $1.5 a kilogram, which is a huge challenge. And this challenge became even bigger, frankly speaking, today. Why so? So this is quite a complex table, so don't be afraid. You don't need to read all the numbers. But what is the basic actually change in the market today? We do have a gas price surge, so almost 10 times. So it varies, but if you take kind of 2,000 for 1,000 cubic meters, so this is the price which was just recently. Today probably it's 1,500 or so. Then electricity. We've seen numbers up to 400K a megawatt hour. And in most calculations, when people calculate what is the price for hydrogen via electrolyzer, they take like 50, 60, sometimes $40 a megawatt hour. Then you get your kind of usual numbers from 4 to 6 to 7 dollars per kilogram of hydrogen. So today it is much higher. And then don't forget about the carbon tax, because producing hydrogen from natural gas, it's always come with some residual CO2. So you need to calculate how much carbon tax you need to pay. And here we do have kind of not surprising change. Like before, say a year ago, people were estimated steam methane reforming plus CCS, so carbon storage, total price for hydrogen around $2.5. And a big part of it was actually storage, which can be as high as $1 in this price. But today, because the price of the gas is much higher, so using this method, you can get up to $8, which is kind of a huge price. And then in this case, actually carbon tax, even that high carbon tax as $70, which we do have in Europe today, doesn't play a major role. Just the feedstock plays a role. And this is quite an interesting situation. What about electrolyzers? So we do have different types of those. And recently, what people were doing around the globe, they were building gigafactories, like factories which produce our cars. People were kind of fully automated. Leading companies were building like gigawatt scale factories to produce electrolyzers. By that, actually making their price for electrolyzer kind of lower, and actually making the price for hydrogen lower. And here we were talking for price around like $3 to $7 per kilogram. And now, if you take into consideration this kind of $400 per megawatt hour, you can go up as kind of $20. And this is again incredibly high. So what is important here to mention that you need to have access to renewable energy, and then you need to have a capacity, you need to have a connection, and then you need to have the regulation of the pricing for electricity, because otherwise your hydrogen is going to be kind of as gold, and there is no way to produce no steel, no ammonia, because the price for the end customer is going to be prohibitive. So why disruptive technologies are important here again? I'm personally was and still are a big fan of pyrolysis technologies. And just recently, less a year ago, we invested in Canadian company, Econa Power, which is one of the leading pyrolysis company around the globe. Pyrolysis is good because you don't produce CO2 at all. You just produce carbon. But again, in today's situation with the high price of gas, these kind of technologies became less important. So probably this is a good time actually to invest in them, because I think everybody believes that we're not going to be dealing with that high price for natural gas forever. So it means if today we find a way to invest in technologies which became not that attractive as they were 1 year ago, probably we have good profits later on, and we do have the adaptation of these technologies for our needs. And for electrolyzers, probably the last thing to mention, then in proton exchange membrane electrolyzers, the most innovations sit there. It's not just the scaling, not just the building huge factories, but many technologies in membrane, many technologies in additive manufacturing and engineering. And probably this is also an interesting vertical to look at and invest there. So this is how actually disruptive technologies and investments are related to current market trends. And probably one last thing I want to say, not to take much time, that for Uzbekistan, I see probably not so obvious things as producing hydrogen via electrolysis. So, okay, you're going to be building renewable energy capacities, so that's great. And obviously you need to produce hydrogen, because otherwise around 50% of your energy net is going to be with renewable energy, which is a problem today. But you do have very nice facilities as a big solar furnace, right? And around the globe, around 100 startups related to this kind of transition of solar light through thermal to hydrogen are developing. And one of their most kind of interesting halogen from United States just attracted $108 million last year for the development. But this is very rich one. And there are 100 less rich. And then this 100 less rich, they're always looking how with their innovation, they can kind of try or pilot their technologies. And they don't have $50 million to build such a facility, which you do have here. So this is a good way actually to attract them and to let them try their kind of small boxes or bigger boxes with very innovative technologies, but they need huge amount of solar light concentrated. You have it. So there are a lot of interesting things you can play around, and I believe it is going to be a good and hopefully bright future for hydrogen in Uzbekistan. Thank you so much.
Rahmat Ilya. Keyingi mavzamiz eng yangi tarixda Germaniya fani va texnologiyalari jahonda doimo yetakchilar qatoridan bo'lib kelgan. Shu qatorda Germaniyaning bir qator kompaniyalari O'zbekistonning energetika sohasida samarali faoliyat yuritib kelmoqda. Germaniyaning A+S Consult kompaniyasi prezidenti, Dresden Texnika universiteti professori janob Ralf Hager konferensiyamiz mehmoni. Undan past karbonli texnologiyalarni rivojlantirish istiqbollari to'g'risidagi taqdimotini eshitishni taklif qilaman. Janob Hager, so'z sizga.
Okay, thank you very much. I need to introduce a small correction. I'm introduced as the president of the company A+S Private Limited. And this is correct, but the content I have to present refers to my research work with the Technical University of Dresden. So therefore, don't be confused. The slide looks slightly different as introduced in the agenda. So I will start with which one? Okay. I will start with the contents, what I wanted to present today. So first I will tell 2 sentences about photovoltaic power generation. And then I will refer primarily about solar thermal generation, in particular cogeneration and heat generation. So let's go ahead. So I want to put two major statements here. If you look for power generation only, and I have some experiences from India, then I would say it does not make any sense to produce power only from solar thermal sources, because the cost of the levelized cost for electricity generation for photovoltaics are so low, we will never achieve this, even if we have a research period of another 10 years. So therefore, we focus on different fuels. We focus on cogeneration, means we generate heat. The reason is, heat you cannot transfer over long distances. Heat you need to use at the place you generate. And there's also a trade-off in costs, because solar thermal heat is very cost-effective, much more cost-effective than any other scenarios. And you have also easily very high temperatures, like we have at the solar furnace here in Park Kent. That means we have there at the moment temperature up to 3000 degrees. This we will hardly achieve with any others except an electric furnace. So therefore, I want to go ahead with cogeneration or heat. So, and we have developed at the Technical University of Dresden, primarily under Professor Gampe, a gas turbine, which is called solar thermal gas turbine. It is primarily not a gas turbine in a sense you would understand it, because we are using only hot air. We are not using gas. So, and this hot air can be generated in a solar facility, can be introduced in this gas turbine, and the process in this gas turbine is running very similar like in a normal gas turbine. But we also don't have aggressive chemicals there, which usually also appear in a combustion process. So therefore, the requirement for such a gas turbine is lower. Therefore, prices should be also lower. But at the moment, we don't have a manufacturer who is exclusively manufacturing solar solar hybrid gas turbines. So we are using, if we go for that, a normal gas turbine only. So, and then I will a little bit explain how the business of a small gas turbine works. Because we are producing power and heat. And this heat is converted in most cases in steam. And this steam can be used, for example, for desalination. It can be used, for example, for drying. It can be used for other purposes like I have listed over there. So, and this makes this application very interesting for decentralized energy generation, because you can provide this setup even on small town and village level, where you have some industry, even in the agriculture sector. So I have done for soya bean processing similar projects in India, and it works very well, because we have over in this setup, both we generate electricity in remote locations. And in these remote locations, we don't need to have a big tower line to get the energy there. If you look what an express feeder in India costs, then you will understand such a setup is very valuable for smaller communities who want to have some industry a part of agriculture. And also is interesting for chemical industry, because chemical industry has a lot of waste. So we can use this setup together with follow-up cleaning stations for, you can say, for acid concentration. So you can reuse acid. With diluted acid you can reuse. So you can concentrate wastewater, because then you have not to clean a huge amount of wastewater. And you can, and what the most important thing is, with this technology, you get clean drinking water out of water what you cannot use. And especially in Uzbekistan, this is important in areas like around the Aral Sea, where the groundwater is salty. So you can generate clean groundwater with this technology without the need of a big setup and a lot of costs. So this is what I need to say to that. And our cooperation with IMS is because IMS has a strong development in specialized functional ceramics. So, and if we talk about heat recovery boiler, so normal gas turbine has an ex-house temperature of around 600 degrees, which is good for a heat recovery boiler. But the manufacturer of gas turbines, they want a little bit lower temperature because then they can increase the efficiency of the gas turbine. So we are working on projects where we improve the heat recovery boiler for lower temperature and for higher efficiency. So, and out of this, we are also able to service this follow-up projects, what I have listed there. So also one view in the future, because everything is related to costs. And as you have seen in photovoltaics, at the beginning, it was also very expensive. But over time and with mass production, the cost came drastically down. This did not happen in the solar thermal area because there are only a handful of manufacturers and there are hardly any competition. So therefore, we need to invest our swords into cost reduction. Because with the cost reduction, we will also cover the heat production on these local spots. And parts of the cost reduction are, for example, the impeller in the gas turbine. I'm talking here about a radial gas turbine because a radial gas turbine is more suitable for these environments in village level, etc., where you have not always a very clean environment. For an axial gas turbine, you need to have 100% clean environment, which is usually only possible in a big plant. So we are using here, or we're proposing to use radial gas turbines up to 2 megawatt. And these are proven gas turbines. They have used even in Russia, in the area where oil and gas is produced. And this was unclean gas, what they have used with a lot of sulfur in it. And it was not a problem for this gas turbine. So therefore, future way is to reduce cost. And we hope that we also can collaborate in this field with IMS here in Parkent because they are special in this functional ceramics. And you see in both steps what we have here in the compressor impeller as well as in the turbine impeller, we are using ceramics. And in these materials already tested, for example, the turbine impeller is tested on the micro turbine level by Fraunhofer in Dresden. And the other one material is also widespread available, but the compressor impeller is not so critical. So now I will shortly come to a special project what we want to execute here in Parkent at the big solar furnace. So we have applied in 2020 on a project funded by the German federal government. It was a joint project with Uzbek partners and with German partners. So, and at that time we have proposed to develop a manufacturing stages for green carbon fiber production. Carbon fiber is a very rare commodity at the moment. So you will hardly get the quantity you want. And the demand is much higher than the produce. So it's the right time to think about it. And we have you can say 2 points where we can compete. Number one, we will use bio-based materials like cellulose from cotton or lignin from wood-type structures. We can also use in sugar fabrication bagasse as a biomass. So there are already technologies available, but they are only up to pilot plant stage. They are not fully tested in a commercial application, but they are very promising because they are very cost effective. So when you look at the moment, palm fiber, which is the usual precursor for carbon fiber production. So the kilogram is costing minimum 20 euros. So we hope that we come down in price and become very competitive in the field. Second cost driver in carbon fiber production is energy. And in our case, I already stated, we have solar thermal heat and up to a very high level at the big solar furnace in Parkett. So this is the ideal application there. So, and we will start developing a pilot plant over there where we have high-end fiber, carbon fiber production, means high tension, high modulus carbon fiber. Little bit understanding, carbon fiber is much stronger than steel. And we can also have a high stiffness, means the modulus is very high. So it can be applied in space applications, and it is applied already in car manufacturing. The problem at the moment is only it is expensive. So, and with our approach, we try to reduce the cost for carbon fiber products up to a level it can be mass produced. So, and this is really a big challenge, and I hope that we will succeed over here so that we can establish a green, renewable carbon fiber production here in Uzbekistan. So, and as you see, we have two major sections here in that slide. We have a production plant and we have a pilot plant. Pilot plant is directly located at the big solar furnace in Parkett. We have already looked in the facility. There is a lot of space, so I think we will be able to accommodate it there. But for the production plant, we need some space which is bigger. And in Moses Lake, where the latest SGL carbon fiber plant is located, there is an area 750 meter long and 350 meter broad, completely leveled, what they have used for their plant over there. For that, we are still searching here in that area where we find such things, also with high irradiation, means high solar or high solar capability. So this is what we intend to do for the next years, and we have already started developing the scientific foundation for that. So, and I think the pilot plant will start soon. So I can talk about this topic a lot longer, but I think we are late in time. So if somebody has specific questions to all my points I have mentioned, I can answer. Otherwise, I would say, let it be. And you can also send me emails to the conference point here if you want to have more information on that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Rahmat, janob Feger. Judayam qiziqarli, judayam zarur ma'lumotlarni taqdim etdingiz. O'zbekistonga shaxsan o'zingiz kelib qatnashib, tajribalar bilan almashganingiz uchun ham minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Iqtisodiyotni energiya samarador va energiya tejamkor texnologiyalarni keng qo'llash dolzarb hisoblanadi. O'zbekiston Respublikasi Energetika vazirligining energiya samaradorlik va energiya tejamkorlik departamentining bo'lim boshlig'i Bahrombek Turg'unov elektr energiyasini taqsimlashda energiya samaradorligini oshirish muammolari va ularning yechimlari mavzusida ma'ruzaat berdi. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli xalqaro anjuman qatnashchilari, hurmatli hamkasblar. Men hozir O'zbekistonda energiya samaradorligini oshirish va qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini rivojlantirish to'g'risida to'xtalib o'tmoqchi edim. Oldingi ma'ruzachilarimiz hamkasblarimiz o'sha qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalari to'g'risida gapirib o'tgani uchun qisqa taalluqli bo'lgan joyini to'xtalib o'taman. Shunga hozirgi kunda mana hozir gapirilyapti generatsiya masalasi. Generatsiya masalasi yaxshi, lekin energiya samaradorlikka agarda erishmaydigan bo'lsak, bu narsaga alohida e'tibor qaratilmaydigan bo'lsa, generatsiya masalasida ham baribir energiya resurslarini aholimizga hamda ijtimoiy soha obyektlariga, iqtisodiy tarmoqlar obyektlariga yetkazishimiz muammo bo'lib qoladi. Hozirgi kunda iqtisodiy tarmoqlarda yoqilg'i energiya resurslarini tejalishini maqsadli ko'rsatishlar belgilab olingan. Bu asosan bizda hozir normativ hujjat boshida ishlab chiqilgan. 2019-yilda energetika vazirligi tashkil topgan. Undan oldin ham bo'lgan o'sha energiya samaradorlik faoliyati bilan shug'ullanish hamda o'shunga taalluqli bo'lgan hujjatlar ham qabul qilingan. Lekin 2019-yilda energetika vazirligi tashkil topgandan keyin asosiy qonunimiz o'sha energiya samaradorlik va qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini qo'llab-quvvatlash, o'sha rivojlantirish bo'yicha qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalaridan foydalanish to'g'risida qaror qabul qilingan. Ya'ni bu yangi redaksiyada qabul qilingan. Qabul qilingan va undan tashqari o'sha energiyadan oqilona foydalanish to'g'risidagi qonunga o'zgartirishlar kiritilgan. Endi asosiy maqsadimiz nima bo'lgan? Normativ hujjatlarni avvalambor to'g'rilab olib, undan tashqari o'sha keyingi o'sha qonunlarga asosan, o'sha muvofiqlik turuvchi qonunlarga asosan o'zimizga maqsadli ko'rsatishlarni belgilab olishdi, maqsad qilib olganmiz. Shunga asosan mana undan keyin prezident farmonlari qabul qilingan, prezident qarorlari qabul qilingan. O'sha normativ hujjatlar bilan maqsadli ko'rsatishlar belgilab o'tilgan. Ya'ni biz 22-23-yillarga vazirlik va idoralarning 6000 dan ortiq obyektlarda energiya sarf hajmidagi muqobillangan manbalarning ulushini 30% ga yetkazish masalasi qo'yilgan. Bu oxirgi chiqqan prezidentimizning farmonida 220-farmonlarida belgilab o'tilgan. Va quyidagi mana asosiy ko'rsatishlar o'sha belgilangan qarorlar bilan belgilab o'tilgan. Asosan bitta narsaga e'tibor berib o'tmoqchi edim. 2030-yilga kelib energiya sig'imliligini 1,5 barobarga kamaytirishimiz maqsad qilib qo'yilgan. Yalpi ichki mahsulotlar, chunki energiya samaradorligi, energiya sig'imligini deganimizda iqtisod tarmoqlarida bo'ladimi, ijtimoiy soha obyektlarida bo'ladimi, uy-joy xo'jaliklarida bo'ladimi, avvalambor uni energiya sig'imligini kamaytirishimiz lozim bo'ladi. Sababi qancha energiya sig'imligi kamaytiriladigan bo'lsa, shuncha bizda zararli gazlarning chiqishi, o'sha atrof muhitga tarqalishi kamayishiga olib keladi. Ya'ni bu to'g'ri proporsional hisoblanadi. Mana energiya samaradorligimiz. Bizda hozirgi kunda energiya sig'imi ko'rsatkichi 74-o'rinda. 147 ta davlat bo'ladigan bo'lsa, 74-o'rinda turamiz. Quyosh energiyasidan bugun jami elektr energiyasi ishlab chiqarishda 3 barobar ko'p salohiyatiga mavjud. Ya'ni O'zbekistonda salohiyati juda yuqori hisoblanadi. Mana agar ijtimoiy soha obyektlarida yoki o'sha uy-joy xo'jalik xonadonlarini hisoblaydigan bo'lsak, mana Niderlandiyaga nisbatan masalan O'zbekistonda 395 kilovat soati 1 kvadrat metrda isitish uchun sarf qilinayotgan bo'lsa, masalan Niderlandiyada bizdan sovuq davlatlarda 95 kilovat soatga o'sha 1 kvadrat metrda isitishga sarflanadi. Hozirgi kunda mana ishlab chiqarilayotgan energiyamiz nima uchun hisobiga ishlab chiqarilyapti? Elektr energiyani ishlab chiqarish asosan uglerodlarni yoqish hisobiga ishlab chiqariladi. Asosan bu tabiiy gaz hisoblanadi, metan gaz, tabiiy gaz hisoblanadi. Mana hozirgi kunda 2018-yilda 60 milliard bo'ladigan bo'lsa, 2021-yilga kelib masalan 73 milliard gaz yoqilishi ko'zda tutilgan. Mana bundan keyin bari chunki mana jami ishlab chiqarilayotgan elektr energiyamiz miqdori oshadi, chunki iqtisodiyot o'syapti, aholi xonadonlar, aholi soni ko'payib boryapti. O'shunga baribir iste'mol soni oshadi. Bu taxmin qilinishi bo'yicha hisob-kitoblarimizga asosan 2030-yilga bu iste'mol qilayotgan elektr energiyamiz hajmi 65 milliarddan taxminan 120 milliard kvadrat kilovat soatiga teng keladi. Shundagina, lekin biz shuni nima qilyapmizki, shu tabiiy gazni kamroq ishlatishga, buni diversifikatsiya asosida orqali boshqa energiya resurslarini iste'mol qilgan holda, ya'ni yoqqan holda elektr energiyani ishlab chiqarish maqsad qilib qo'yilgan. Mana yirik iste'molchilar tabiiy gazga bo'lgan talablar bo'yicha hozirgi kunda asosan yoqilayotgan gaz bu issiqlik elektrostansiyalarida mana yirik korxonalarimiz ko'rsatilgan kimyo sanoat, sanoat qurilish materiallari va uy-joy kommunal xizmat vazirligiga, Novoy kon-metrolog kombinatlariga to'g'ri keladi. Lekin 2030-yilga kelib tabiiy gazni yirik iste'molchilar tomonidan iste'mol qilinishini kamaytirish maqsad qilib qo'yilyapti bu yerda. Bizda misol har yili masalan normativ hujjatlardan tashqari respublika komissiyasi mavjud. Respublika komissiyasi tomonidan yiliga har yili tabiiy gazlarni, elektr energiyani hamda neft mahsulotlarini tejab qolinishi bo'yicha maqsadli ko'rsatkichlar belgilab olinadi. Ular bo'yicha har bitta yo'nalish bo'yicha amalga oshirilgan texnik tashkiliy tadbirlar ko'zda tutilgan va o'sha texnik tashkiliy tadbirlarni amalga oshirgan holda shu gazlarni, shu energiya resurslarini tejab qolish ko'rsatkichlari belgilab o'tilgan. Buni bajarganmiz. Hozirgi kunda 2022-yil yakuni bo'yicha belgilangan reja ko'rsatkichlari 100% dan oshiq bajarildi. Bu ko'rsatkichlarni mana normativ hujjatlarga asosan faqatgina 1 yillik emasda prezident qarorlari bilan 4 yillik muddatlarga ham maqsadli qilib belgilab olganmiz. Masalan, tabiiy gazni 4 milliard, taxminan 3.9 million kub metr tejalishi, elektr energiyani 4 milliard kilovat soat tejalishi hamda 21 ming tonna neft mahsulotining tejalishi ko'zda tutilgan. Yana energiya sig'imlilikka to'g'ri qaytadigan bo'lsak, 2020-2026-yillarda kamaytirishni nazarda tutuvchi maqsadli ko'rsatkich belgilab olingan. Bu 26-yilda, bu 26-yilgacha bizda hozir 2020-yilda baza qilib oladigan bo'lsak, bu 14.5% ni tashkil qiladi. Ya'ni yirik tashkilotlar bu yerda tahlil qilingan. Yirik tashkilotlarda yiliga 2020-yilda ishlab chiqarilgan mahsulotga nisbatan energiya sarfi sig'imi 14.5% ni tashkil qilgan. 26-yilga kelib bu ko'rsatkichni 11.4% ga tushirish maqsad qilib olingan. Xuddi shunday mana o'sha 2022-2026-yillarda tejalish rejalashtirilgan maqsadli ko'rsatkichlarimiz ham belgilab olingan. Bu 22 dan 26-yilgacha. Ya'ni 22-yilda 22-26da 3.9, mana hali ko'rsatgan 4 milliard bu elektr energiya hamda neft mahsulotlari. Hozirgi kunda agar qaraydigan bo'lsak, u tashkiliy texnik tadbirlarni amalga oshirish bilan bir qatorda hozirgi kunda bizni tarmoqlarimizdagi muammolarimiz mavjud. Bu muammolarimizni hal qilish masalasida biz ishlayapmiz. Mana hozir uzunligi 11.400 kilometrdan 220-500 kilovatlik kuchlanishli magistral elektr uzatish liniyalari orqali elektr energiya yetkazib beriladi. 15.000 kilometr uzunlikdagi 110 kilovoltlik kuchlanishli havo liniyalarimiz orqali hamda 35 kilovoltlik kuchlanish havo liniyalari uzunligi 13.014 kilometrga, umumiy uzunligi 224.000 kilometr bo'lgan 04 hamda 6-10 kilovoltlik kuchlanishli havo liniyalari mavjud. Shuningdek 79 mingdan ortiq transformator punktlari orqali amalga oshiriladi. Shuni ta'kidlab o'tish kerakki, biz ba'zi hududlarda elektr energiya sektorida yo'qotishlar taxminan 20% ni tashkil qiladi. Bu masalan AQSh va G'arbiy Yevropada bu ko'rsatkich 5%, ni Janubiy Koreyada 4%, ni Singapurda 2% ni tashkil qiladi. Buni muammolarni o'rganib chiqilyapti. Bu bo'yicha mana takliflar berilyapti. Holatimiz va hozirgi kundagi elektr tarmoqlarining holati bo'yicha o'rganib chiqilyapti-da, bunga o'z takliflarimizni vazirlar mahkamalariga hamda tegishli organlarga berib borilyapti. Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti tomonidan taraqqiyot dasturiy loyihasida Toshkent viloyatida Nurafshon shahrida o'z-o'zini energiya resurslari bilan ta'minlaydigan xonadon barpo etilmoqda. Bu xonadon уже bitgan. Hozir ishga tushirish arafasida turibdi. Bu ZEP deyiladi, ya'ni energiya потребление, нулевое энергия потребление deyiladi. Asosan bu ZEP proyektlar bo'yicha biz Yaponiya JICA kompaniyasi bilan birga ishlarni amalga oshiryapmiz. U bo'yicha hozirda yo'l xaritalari tuzilib, shu masala bo'yicha ishlar olib borilyapti. Ya'ni umuman elektrosetidan, ya'ni asosiy tarmoqlardan uzilgan holda нулевое потребление bilan shu imoratlar qurilishi rejalashtirilyapti. Targ'ibot ishlariga keladigan bo'lsak, energiya samaradorligi va energetika tejamkorligi bo'yicha tavsiyalar har doim berib borilyapti. Hozirgi kunda Energetika vazirligining departamenti, energiya samaradorligi va energetika tejamkorligi departamenti xodimlari hamda boshqa vazirlik va idoralar bilan birgalikda har bitta viloyatlarga borib turib, aholi bilan hamda ijtimoiy soha obyektlari hamda hokimiyatlar bilan birgalikda targ'ibot ishlari muntazam ravishda olib borilyapti. Va ham tavsiyalar berilyapti. Ushbu tavsiyalarni har bitta borilgan tashkilotlarga berilib, tarqatib kelinyapti. Rahmat e'tiborlar uchun.
Janob Qurbonov. Tadbirimizni asosiy qismi tugadi, ikkinchi qismiga o'tamiz. Bu ikkinchi qismida asosan O'zbekiston Respublikasida vodorod energetikasini rivojlantirish holati bo'yicha yillik hisobot tayyorlangan. Bu bo'yicha hisobotlarni eshitamiz. Bu hisobot bizda an'anaviy Innovik haftaligida har yili doimiy ravishda tayyorlanib boriladi va mamlakatimizda faoliyat yuritilgan ilmiy tadqiqot institutlari, universitetlar, oliy ta'lim muassasalari, ilmiy markazlarda faoliyat yuritadigan olimlarimiz va mutaxassislarimizni bajarayotgan vodorod energetikasini rivojlantirish yo'lida bajarayotgan hisobotlarni eshitib boriladi. Shuning uchun so'zni mamlakatda vodorod energetikasi va texnologiyalari va materiallarni ishlab chiqish sohasida ilmiy tadqiqotlar va amaliy ishlar mavzusida taqdimot bilan O'zbekiston Respublikasi Fanlar akademiyasining materialshunoslik instituti direktori doktor Odilxo'ja Parpiyevga beramiz. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli anjumanimiz ishtirokchilari. Avvalambor xorijiy hamkasblarimizga katta minnatdorchiligimizni yetkazmoqchi edik. Vaqtlarini ayamasdan forumga tashrif buyurib, o'zini qiziqarli ma'lumotlar bilan ishtirok etgani uchun. Shu bilan bir qatorda Innovatsion rivojlanish vazirligidan ham iltimos qilmoqchi edik, shu taqdimotlarni yig'ib bizga yetkazsangiz, chunki hammaga tushunarli 3-4 soat davomida biron bir mavzuni muhokama qilish yoki biron bir to'xtamga kelish juda ham qiyin narsa. Shuning uchun bizga foydali bo'lardi. Shu ma'ruzachilarimizning kontaktlarini olib, ular bilan kelajakda hamkorlik qilish yo'llarini o'ylasak. Bugun ko'p vodorod energetikasi haqida suhbat yurityapmiz. Bu yerda shu bugungi dunyoda barcha ilmiy markazlar tomonidan olib borilgan tadqiqotlar shu vodorod olish uchun keltirilgan. Ko'rinib turibdiki, butun dunyoda vodorodga qiziqish katta. Lekin vodorodning eng katta muammosi uni narxi. Uni narxini pasaytirish uchun ko'p tadqiqotlar olib borilyapti. Bu yerda ham energiya manbalari haqida gapirish mumkin, bu yerda katalizatorlar haqida gapirish mumkin, bu yerda yoqilg'i elementlari va hokazo va hokazo. Lekin baribir bizda hali vodorod energetikasini yechimini bor deb ayta olmaymiz. Lekin e'tibor bersangiz, mana shu ranglarga bo'lingan vodorod olish usullarida eng quyida bizni taklifimiz turibdi, O'zbekiston taklifi. Bu ham o'sha mujassamlashgan quyosh nuridan foydalanish vodorod olish uchun. Bu yerda mana Ilya o'z ma'ruzasida gapirib o'tdi, Ralf o'z ma'ruzasida gapirib o'tdi, mujassamlashgan quyosh nuridan foydalanish. Umuman olganda mana Parkentdagi bizni katta quyosh pechimizda ham shu yo'nalishda foydalanish mumkinligi to'g'risida. O'ylaymanki, bu aynan shu imkoniyatdan biz foydalanishimiz kerak. Biz foydalanishni boshladik ham. Demak, maqsadimiz yashil vodorod olish. Yashil vodorod olishda unga sarflanadigan energiyani minimallashtirish, tabiiy resurslardan foydalanish. O'zbekistonda 280 kun quyoshli kun. Bunaqangi raqobat ko'rsatkichi dunyoda kam bo'lsa kerak. Aynan shuning uchun ham O'zbekiston o'ylaymanki, shu ko'rsatkichdan foydalanish kerak. Demak, buning uchun bizda nima bor? Katta quyosh qurilmasi. Dunyoda ikkita bilasizlar, Fransiyada va O'zbekistonda, Osiyo mamlakatlarida yagona bo'lgan katta quyosh qurilmasi shu ekranni chap tomonida. Demak, bu kichikroq ko'rinayotgan bo'lishi mumkin, o'zi bahaybat shunaqangi qurilma, mana haqiqiy nimasi uchun uni qaytaruvchi, nur qaytaruvchi yuzasi 2000 kvadrat metrni tashkil etadi. Demak, pechimizni fokal maydonida harorat 3000 gradusgacha yig'ilishi mumkin. Uni umumiy quvvati 1 megawattga yaqinlashadi. Hozir katta quyosh qurilmasini modernizatsiya ishlari olib borilyapti. Maqsadimiz bu ko'rsatkichni yanada ko'tarish. Demak, qo'limizda katta resurs bo'ladi. Bunaqangi haroratdan, bunaqangi quvvatdan vodorod olishga foydalanish uchun. Shu bilan bir qatorda mana ekranning o'ng tomonida kichik quyosh qurilmasini qurish bo'yicha ishlar boshlangan hozir. Buni diametri 3 metr, fokal kattaligi 3 santimetr, bu yerda ham lekin shu 2600 gradusgacha haroratasi bo'ladi. Demak, ham katta quyosh qurilmasida, ham kichik quyosh qurilmasida shu vodorod olish uchun biz harakat qilyapmiz. Endi albatta bu yerda eng asosiy qurilma bu o'sha vodorodni olish jarayonida ishlatiladigan uskuna. Bu yerda mana fizika texnika institutini olimlari ish olib borishyapti. Hozir mana Jasurjon Ahadov o'zlari aytib beradilar. Demak, Xitoylik hamkorlarimiz ham bunaqangi reaktor namunasi yaratilib, hozir Toshkentga yuborilgan. Biz dekabr oyidan niyatimiz bor shunaqangi tajribalarimizni boshlashni. Endi kichik quyosh pechi uchun biz Toshkentning o'zida reaktor yasayapmiz. Bu Zoltink asosidagi texnologiyaga asoslangan reaktor bo'ladi. Bu yerda ham shu innovatsiya rivojlanish vazirligiga rahmat. Ularning texnoparkida biz shu qurilmani hozir yasayapmiz. Bizning maqsadimiz buni ham shu dekabr oyida shu sinovlarni boshlash. Bo'lmaganda aytib o'tmoqchi edim, shu katta quyosh pechida qishda eng yaxshi ishlash uchun sharoit bo'ladi. Chunki qishda chang bo'lmaydi, qishda tuman bo'lmaydi, quyosh radiatsiyasi ham eng maksimal ko'rsatkichda bo'ladi. Shundan foydalanib, demak, biz shu vodorod olish bo'yicha tajribalarimizni boshlaymiz. Shu bilan bir qatorda endi an'anaviy elektrizorlardan ham voz kechganimiz yo'q. Biz endi shunaqangi elektrizorlarni yaratishga ham urg'u beryapmizki, elektrizorlarni bilasizlar, eng katta muammosi uni anod katod materiallarida bugungi kunda ko'proq qimmatbaho metallar ishlatiladi. Boshqa metallar ishqorli muhit bo'lganligi uchun tez korroziyaga uchraydi, u chirib ketib qoladi. Shundan kelib chiqqan holda materialshunosligi instituti mana hozir Ralf bir og'iz aytib o'tdi, funksional keramika haqida. Shunaqa keramika asosida maxsus nurlantirgichlar yasaganmizki, ular shu polimerizatsiya jarayonini o'tkazadi. Ya'ni shu bo'yoqlarning molekulasi bir-biriga jipslashi yuqori olib ketadi, korroziyaga uchramaydi. Aytgan shu bo'yoq surilgan metal. Shundan kelib chiqib shu elektrizorimizni yasaganmiz. Mana ko'rgazmamizga ham joylashtirilgan. Maqsadimiz shu agarda iqtisodiyot tarmoqlarida, ijtimoiy sohada ehtiyoj bo'ladigan bo'lsa, materialshunosligi instituti, umuman fanlar akademiyasi boshqa institutlari ham bu ham fotovoltaikani, quyosh batareyalarini ham elektrizorlarni ishlab chiqarishi mumkin bo'ladi. Bundan tashqari qanaqangi ishlarni o'zimizga reja qilganmiz. Bugungi kunda hozir bir mana Toshkentdagi Turin Politexnik universiteti bilan birgalikda, O'zbekiston Milliy universiteti bilan birgalikda maxsus katalizatorlarni yaratish bo'yicha ish olib borilyapti. Endi bu katalizatorlarning asosiy maqsadi bilasizlar, shu vodorodni ajratish uchun ketadigan energiyani pasaytirish. Vodorod olingandan keyin albattaki uni saqlash muammosi paydo bo'ladi. Uni saqlashni biz shu nano g'ovakli materiallarda saqlashni taklif qilyapmiz. Hozir ko'rgazmamizda bu materiallarni namunasi keltirilgan. Endi o'ylaymanki, aynan shu texnologiyada vodorodni saqlash uchun istiqbollar bor. Shu bilan birgalikda yoqilg'i elementlarini ishlab chiqish bo'yicha ish olib borilyapti. Bu yerda xuddi katalizatorlarga o'xshash muammo o'sha yoqilg'i elementlarini anod katod materiallarda juda qimmat bo'lgan materiallardan yasaladi. Bizni olimlarimiz taklif qilyapti lantanlardan tayyorlashni. Demak, buni ustida hozir ish olib borilyapti. O'ylaymanki, yaqin orada buni sinovlarni boshlasak bo'ladi. Demak, o'sha ham vodorodni olish, uni saqlash, undan foydalanish yo'nalish bo'yicha ish olib borilyapti. Endi hozir biz Innovatsion rivojlanish vazirligiga o'z takliflarimiz bilan chiqdikki, agar 24-yilgacha biz hozirgi tadqiqotlarimizni olib borib yakunlaydigan bo'lsak, 24-yildan boshlab o'ylashimiz kerak. Endi vodorodni transportda qo'llash, bu shu yoqilg'i elementlarini amalda qo'llash bo'yicha. Vodorodlarni xonadonlari yoqilg'i sifatida foydalanish bo'yicha. Va shuningdek, vodorodni sanoatda qo'llash bo'yicha, bu metallurgiya, ximiya va boshqa sohalarda. O'ylaymanki, bugungi suhbatimizdan keyin o'zimizni hamkasblar bilan biz kooperatsiya aloqalariga kirishadigan bo'lsak, balki bu tadqiqotlarimiz ancha tezlashar. E'tiborlaringiz uchun katta rahmat.
Janob Fatliyev, keyingi taqdimot uchun so'z navbatini katta quyosh pechi bazasida quyosh termokimyoviy sikl asosida vodorod olish texnologiyasini tadqiq qilish bo'yicha olib borilayotgan amaliy tadqiqotlar mavzusida O'zbekiston Respublikasi Fanlar Akademiyasi Fizika Texnika instituti Quyosh issiqlik va energetik qurilmalar laboratoriyasi mudiri Jasurjon Ahadovga jo'nab. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli bugungi anjuman ishtirokchilari. Avvalambor Innovatsion rivojlanish vazirligi jamoasiga mana shunaqa muloqot platformasini yaratib berganliklari uchun minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Bugungi demak anjumanda biz o'zimizda olib borilayotgan amaliy tadqiqotlarni qisqacha hisobotda tariqasida qilinayotgan ishlar bo'yicha ma'lumot bermoqchimiz. So in the framework of international cooperation between Uzbekistan and China, so by the support of innovative development, Ministry of Innovative Development of Uzbekistan is ongoing. The project is titled the Study on the Key Technology of Solar Thermochemical Cycle Hydrogen Production based on big solar furnace in Uzbekistan. So as mentioned with other representatives, so we have good opportunity, so we can use solar furnace as an energy resource. So we are trying to develop our first pilot solar thermochemical reactor, and by using of concentrated solar energy in solar furnace, using thermochemical cycle to organize generation of hydrogen. So the main idea of the project, the developing a first pilot of this reactor. Actually, I will not stop to spend a lot of your time for this. Here is a first pilot is presenting here. All the detailed questions could be discussed over there. So main process is water splitting. So in normal case, it will start from 1200 degrees C, but in order to reduce the working temperature there, we are using catalyst. Mainly we are focused on cerium dioxide, which in that case, redox reaction will start from 700 degrees C. So by us is the first design of reactor is developed. Three main tasks were over this project. First one, choose of the optimal material for each component of this reactor, main design of reactor, and to study the using possibility of such a system in our case. So energy generation system. So here is some simulation results of during the development of the reactor design and assembling process of each components of this developed reactor. This one is a main concept of our reactor. Inside of the inner side of the reactor, use the porous cerium oxide as a catalyst. So this one is a test rig, and here is a test base in big solar furnace. In tower of the big solar furnace, we are where we are going to put and to start the experimental investigations. This is a short information. If you have some detailed questions, we can discuss over there near to our reactors. Thank you very much.
Rahmat janob Ahadov. Keyingi ma'ruzachimiz Ulug'bek Shayslamov, O'zbekiston Milliy universiteti huzuridagi nanotexnologiyalarni rivojlantirish markazi laboratoriyasi mudiri. Quyosh nuri ta'sirida suvni fotokatalitik parchalab vodorod olish, nanostrukturali fotokatalizatorlarni sintezlash va xossalarni nazariy va eksperimental tadqiq etish mavzusida taqdimot qilishdi.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli anjuman qatnashchilari. Avvalambor ma'ruza boshida bugungi anjumanni tashkilotchilariga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchi edim. Ruxsat bersanglar, xorijiy mehmonlarimiz borligiga ingliz tilida davom ettiraman. So let me present my presentation. So this is our project financed by the Ministry of Innovation Development, planned for 5 years. We finished first year, so I will just want to briefly introduce the main idea and the main tasks that have been done during this process. As the previous presenters already discussed, there are several methods to produce hydrogen, and One of the attractive methods is called photocatalytic water splitting, where we can split water by using solar energy by utilizing special material having the photocatalytic properties. In this process, to achieve high efficiency, we have passed main three steps. One is the absorption of photon on the material. Second is the generation of charge carriers, and third is the surface reaction, where the generated charge carriers can be traveled to material surface and involved in the water reduction redox reaction. In this case, it is important to achieve high efficiency in each three steps. It's shown here. So, as already mentioned, there are several methods to generate hydrogen. Some has high efficiency, some has low efficiency, and some, especially the traditional one, have a higher efficiency, but they utilized fossil fuels that should be preserved for future. Our method is photocatalytic water splitting. It's still mainly on research level, but it has a very big future because according to respected literature, even 5%, 10 would be better, but even 5% efficiency, solar energy to hydrogen generation efficiency can be considered as economically viable for this process. Our project is performed jointly with Berlin Technical University, and for this project we plan to address all three steps of the photocatalytic process. First is the generation of charge carriers, second is the charge carrier dynamics, and finally surface reactions. So during these 5 years, it is planned to address all the three processes for photocatalysis. However, since this is the only first year, our main goal and main achievement of this project was the establishing a research laboratory to carry out this project. We have established the research laboratory for over 40 square meter area at the National University of Uzbekistan and started equipped with equipment. For now, we have almost all equipment necessary for the synthesis, and upcoming years it is planned to equip the laboratory with the other characterization techniques. And so far there have been produced several materials, photocatalytic materials based on zinc oxide, and by using some simple chemical reaction methods, we can easily tune the morphology and size of the materials. Here is some examples. And photocatalytic properties of the obtained material also show some interesting results. By changing the morphology, we could obtain the different photocatalytic activity, especially this morphology having the star-like structure have much higher photocatalytic activity compared to other morphology, and this was mainly associated with the enhanced surface area and better photon absorption properties. So during the first year, we have attended several international and domestic conferences, as well as published several papers, and more importantly, this established laboratory has already integrated into the educational system of the National University, and several laboratory courses on the lectures like fundamentals of nanophysics and nanomaterials courses are conducted in this laboratory, and several doctoral and master's students already doing their research at this laboratory. This was the brief introduction about our project, and I would like to thank you. Thank you very much.
Ma'lumot uchun aytib o'tmoqchi edim. Bizda yana bitta olimlarimiz tomonidan loyiha amalga oshirilmoqda. Bu O'zbekiston Turkiya qo'shma loyihasi. O'zbekiston Milliy universitetidan Abdulfatto Xolmo'minov o'tkazuvchi biopolimerlar va sian bakteriyalar asosida biologik fotovoltaiklarda fotosintez va respirator tizimlari orqali vodorod ishlab chiqish loyihasi amalga oshirilmoqda. Bu amaliy loyiha hozir vaqtimiz tig'izligi reglamentga ulgurmaganligimiz uchun ushbu loyihachiga ma'ruza uchun so'z navbatini bera olmaymiz. Keyingi yig'ilishlarimizda, anjumanlarimizda bu loyiha bo'yicha ham to'liq ma'lumotga ega bo'lish uchun taqdimotlar uchun taklif qilamiz. Ishtirokchi loyiha rahbari ham biz bilan ishtirok etmoqda. Men shu bilan bugungi xalqaro anjumanimizni yopiq deb e'lon qilaman. Savol va javoblarga o'tamiz. Kimda ma'ruzachilarimizga savollar bo'lsa, marhamat, onlaynda ham bizni ma'ruzachilarimiz kuzatib turibdi. Kimda qanaqadir savollar bo'lsa, marhamat, operatorlarimizdan iltimos qilardim. Yozma savollar tushgan bo'lsa, shuni bizga berishlarini va ularga ma'ruzachilarimiz tomonidan javob berishlarini so'rab qolaman. Yozma savollar tushmagan bo'lsa, zalda o'tirgan ishtirokchilarimiz, tegishli vazirlik idoralar, olimlarimizdan, yosh olimlarimizdan savollar bo'lsa, marhamat. Muhokamaga chiqadiganlar bo'lsa ham marhamat. Agar hech kimda hech qanaqa muhokama, savol, javoblarda, takliflar, e'tirozlar bo'lmasa, shu bilan biz bugungi xalqaro anjumanimizni yopiq deb e'lon qilaman va ushbu anjumanda ishtirok etgan, offline, onlayn ishtirok etgan barcha xorijiy ekspertlarimiz, olimlarimiz, mutaxassislarimiz, dunyoda eng nufuzli vodorod energetikasini ishlab chiqarish, saqlash, buni transportga qilish bo'yicha xorijiy kompaniyalarimiz vakillariga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman. Shu bilan birga anjuman ishida faol ishtirok etgan ilmiy tadqiqot institutlari rahbarlari, oliy ta'lim muassasalari direktorlari va universitetlar rahbarlari, olimlari, laboratoriya mudirlari, yoshlarimizni hammasiga minnatdorchilik bildirib qolaman. Bu xalqaro anjumanimiz har doim davom etadi va an'anaviy innovik haftaligida biz bu anjumanlar doirasida yashil vodorod, ya'ni yashil energetika, qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini rivojlantirishdagi roli bo'yicha o'z anjumanlarimiz va ko'rgazmalarimizni doimiy olib boramiz va bir-birimizda bo'lgan o'sha natijalar va tajribalar bilan almashamiz. Bu katta bir platforma bo'lib qolishiga ishonaman. Hammaga rahmat. Salomat.